Some Joseph Potter here. Today's episode, it is episode 881 on Talk Shoe. We're recapping Super Bowl 58. We also have some exciting headlines involving the MLS roster, MLS rookie signings. 36 of the 87 draft picks signed. The other players that still have college eligibility will return to college. We'll get to that later, but let's kick off with Super Bowl 58 because what a game it was. I mean, this was, and we are going to talk about Patrick Mahomes, but this was an incredible game. Starts out no scoring in the first quarter. Chiefs can't capitalize off a Christian McCaffrey fumble in the Super Bowl, and then the Niners get a field goal early in the second quarter. Mahomes throws a bomb to McCole Hardman, but Isaiah Pacheco fumbled on the next play. San Francisco is able to get a touchdown in the following possession when Juwan Jennings threw a touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey, and the Chiefs got a field goal before halftime. Chiefs got the ball to start the second half, and then after that, Patrick Mahomes threw an interception to J.R. Brown on the first third down attempt of the second half. And you also saw just Dre Greenlaw tore his Achilles on a punt return in the first quarter. That was a big detail. So 49ers just didn't have their defense at 100% for most of the game. But, you know, San Francisco got a third down stop. But, you know, this is what happened. So San Francisco punted after the interception, and they got Kansas City down at the 1 yard line. And Kansas City burned their first time out on 3rd and 1. San Francisco got a third down stop. Kansas City has gone 16 consecutive drives without a touchdown with that, as Kansas City punted it back to San Francisco. And then Harrison Butker made a 57-yard field goal. Patrick Mahomes threw a touchdown to Valdez-Scantling late in the third quarter after San Francisco fumbled the punt return. And then Kansas City gained their first lead of the game. Extra point by Jake Moody is blocked after Brock Purdy puts a touchdown drive together. Chiefs tie it. Both teams managed to get a field goal in the final 2 minutes of this game. J.R. Brown also got injured after intercepting Mahomes. It's 19-19 with 3 seconds left. And this was the second overtime in the history of the Super Bowl. And San Francisco took up 7 minutes of clock, but they could only get a field goal out of it after taking the ball first. Mahomes was kind of puzzled as to why they took the ball first. And then Kansas City drove downfield. It looked like the Chiefs were going to tie it on a field goal and go to double overtime, but Mahomes throws a touchdown to McCole Hardman with 5 seconds left in overtime, and the Chiefs win the Super Bowl 25-22. Mahomes, he was my player of the game as well as the Super Bowl MVP. He was 34 for 46, 333 passing yards, 66 rushing yards, 399 total yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. So those are the numbers for Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 58. But this also, even though the Chiefs earned this win, this also felt like a game where the 49ers failed to pull away due to a lot of miscues on special teams. The fumble on the punt return and the Jake Moody missed extra point are the 2 big miscues that led to this game going to overtime. And then you could argue, Kyle Shanahan taking the ball first was probably the 3rd miscue by San Francisco. But those 3 miscues were big, and they led to the Chiefs winning Super Bowl 58, Joey. So that's the big takeaway.
Everything that happened for San Francisco, if you look back on last week, was exactly what I said San Francisco had to do to win for 55 minutes. The other 15 minutes, counting overtime, missteps, mistakes, 50 minutes. Potentially the best coaching job Kyle Shanahan's ever done. overtime, he showed why he is the only coach in NFL history to blow 2 or more 10-plus wins in the Super Bowl and 2 separate Super Bowls. Is that he is not a big game coach. He can manage things. He has a huge playbook, an offensive genius. But that's the thing. He has a bigger, more varied, better playbook than Andy Reid. But he can't use it. He's not good at using it. He had everything in the palm of his hands again. Remember, when the Falcons blew that big lead to the Patriots?
That was
the offensive coordinator.
Kyle Shanahan.
The dude is not good in big moments. And when I heard that he did not inform his players of the overtime rules, they didn't know, and obviously he didn't either. That was just, once again, coaching miscue. That's what set the Andy Reids of the world apart from the Kyle Shanahans. And that's the thing. With Andy Reid, I said, it's going to be a coaching matchup. This is going to be a coach's game. San Francisco has controlled the tempo. San Francisco controlled the tempo. It was a coach's game. But in the big moments, guess who got the tempo back? In the big moments, guess what coach came and devised the perfect game plan? Andy Reid. Who took the tempo? The Chiefs. Who knew what they were doing at the exact second they needed to do it? Kansas City. Who ultimately won the Super Bowl? Kansas City. And while I do not begrudge Kyle Shanahan for the on-the-field mistakes, because players have to execute, I can begrudge him for not being able to put the players in the position to succeed. As evidenced by, if his players would have known that Kansas City was going to get a chance, I can guarantee you, if he would have been paying attention, I can guarantee you that drive would have been a 4-down drive. He never would have gone for a field goal. Because nobody who has ever watched football will say, I want to go for a field goal. I can guarantee you, my defense, as good as it is, going to stop Patrick Mahomes.
Well, the Chiefs were mentally prepared for overtime, and the 49ers weren't. And this game would have ended exactly the same if the Chiefs had won the coin toss. San Francisco would have gotten the ball first. Also, if San Francisco got a touchdown, the Chiefs were prepared to go for 2-point conversion, whether it resulted in a win or loss, had they gotten a touchdown with a chance to tie the game.
Yeah, but at the same time, it would have changed the thought process of what they were doing, and it would have given the 49ers a better chance to win, because the first thing the 49ers made that field goal, I said the Chiefs are winning. As soon as they lined up for the field goal, I said Chiefs are winning.
Yeah.
And that was what happened.
My thought process was 5 seconds left. We're either going to see the Chiefs win in double overtime if they end up kicking a field goal, or they're going to win it the last second, assuming they drain the clock completely. And that's what happened.
They weren't kicking a field goal. Yeah, it's like I knew it. Everybody watching knew it. They weren't kicking a field goal. Once the 49ers kicked that field goal, we all knew the Chiefs were winning. They weren't going to settle for a field goal. They were going to come down. They were going to get a touchdown, and it was going to be over. Yeah. Everybody knew it.
How many more... Go ahead, Joey. I did have a question I wanted to ask, but let you finish your segue first.
Yeah, it's like there was no drama as soon as the 49ers lined up for that field goal, the drama died. The drama died. But, at that point, we finished watching the game in America simply because, well, watch this long, why not? We knew what was going to happen. All of us knew what was going to happen. There was no question after that.
Yep. And my follow-up to that is, how many more is Patrick Mahomes going to win? I feel like he's going to win 3 more, but it's going to be later in his career, like when we get to 2030, 2031, 2032. That, I think it's going to be around that time period. And I know they will not have Travis Kelce by then, and Andy Reid will probably retire by then as well. But what I think will end up happening is one of the 3 offensive masterminds, Kyle Shanahan, Kevin Stefanski, or Mike McDaniel, one of those 3 will get laid off from their current job, and they'll end up going to Kansas City right when Andy Reid's about to retire, and they'll ride the coattails of Mahomes to 3 more Super Bowl wins. So I do.
I don't know. It might be Kyle Shanahan at this point.
I agree, because I think the Browns have a better long-term window than the 49ers do, as crazy as that's going to sound. And you can make the same argument for the Miami Dolphins as well right now, with all the cap space that the Bills are over. I mean...
Yeah, and not only that, but if Kyle Shanahan continues to prove that he cannot win in big-game situations, 49ers are going to move on and say, we need somebody in here that potentially win in a, once we get to the Super Bowl. Because, let's face it, out of all the great rosters of people who said they had such great rosters, the Kansas City, Cleveland, Miami, Baltimore, all these teams that they said had great rosters this year on paper, San Francisco had the best roster in football. And Kyle Shanahan couldn't get the job done.
And this was their window of opportunity.
How long are the New York going to put up with that?
Because, this was San Francisco's window of opportunity. Everybody's going to say, oh, they still have all their core guys for next year. That's true, but they don't have Dre Greenlaw for all of next year. He tore his Achilles. Jair Brown got injured. 4 different 49ers got injured. And I asked my friend Ben, who hardly watches football, do you think the Niners are going to be back next year? We both agreed they're not going to be back next year due to all the injuries they lost. They're going to suffer a Super Bowl hangover. And that's the conclusion we both came to. And my friend Ben hardly watches football. We watch the Super Bowl, but outside of that, we really don't watch a lot of football games. And he came to the same conclusion I did, that the 49ers Super Bowl window is essentially closed, because you've got all your core guys for next year. And then after that, you got to pay Purdy. You're going to have to cut certain core players in order to keep this roster afloat. And I'm not sure the 49ers, I feel like they had to win this game in order to pay Purdy. If they don't win this game, they could end up trading Purdy for a better quarterback, or the whole roster could end up blowing up, a lot like what we saw with Sean McVay and Jared Goff in Los Angeles.
Here's the big question I have. I know Andy Reid's not going to be around too much longer. I mean, he's just an older coach. And he's not exactly in the greatest health. And then look at Travis Kelce. How much longer is he going to be around? His brother just retired with probably 3 4
Andy Reid is 65. He is the same age as Rob Manfred. And the reason I bring that up is because Rob Manfred has already told the MLB that he's going to honor his contract that runs through 2029, and then he's stepping down as commissioner of Major League Baseball. So if the Chiefs three-peat in the 2030s, that means somebody else is going to take over for Andy Reid by 2028, 2029, or by 2029, 2030. The writing's on the wall, folks.
Yeah, and let's face it, Travis Kelce, his brother just retired with 3 good years left in the tank. How long until Travis joins him? I mean, and to be honest, it is a fair question. Because, I mean, maybe the brothers have collectively a different future they want to look out for.
I do think the Chiefs are going to win at least 1 or 2 more Super Bowls, and they could potentially win 3 more, but it's going to be in the next decade, not this one, because the NFL, they're going to have to transition. People don't want to see the Chiefs three-peat, even though this is a draft where the Chiefs can reload at all their weaker positions. I mean, their 3 biggest needs are wide receiver, offensive tackle, if you're not sold on Wanya Morris, and defensive tackle, if you're losing Derek Nottie, who's a UFA this year. This draft is incredibly deep at all 3 of those positions. So theoretically, the Chiefs could reload and make 1 more run at the Super Bowl next year, which they plan on doing. They've already came out and said, this is what we want to do. We want a three-peat next year. So, you know, I'm not counting. I think it's unlikely that the Chiefs three-peat. I'm not picking the three-peat, but look what happened this year. They repeated it, defied all the odds. And because it's a strong draft at their weaker positions, that's the one reason, Joey, why I say you cannot discount them. Chris Jones is going to get franchise tagged. My guess is Algerius Sneed gets a 3-year deal. That way they can, and they move on from him after 2 years if Trent McDuffie continues to improve. Because Trent McDuffie's on his rookie deal for 3 more years, and he doesn't have to play under a 5th-year tender for at least 2 more years. So my guess is Algerius Sneed gets a 3-year extension, and then they may move on from him after 2 years. That's kind of what I suspect the Chiefs will end up doing. And Mahomes is 3rd in all-time playoff wins. He needs 1 more win to tie Joe Montana. My guess is somebody knocks the Chiefs out in the wild card round next year. They go into Arrowhead and they knock out the Chiefs, and then he ties Montana in the 2024, in the 2025-2026 season. The reason I say that is because Super Bowl 60's in San Francisco. My guess is Patrick Mahomes will tie Joe Montana for playoff wins in that season instead of this one, when there's all this hype, all this buildup around a three-peat. So, and I do think things are going to change. I still think Mahomes is going to end up with 6 rings, but I think we're going to see a transitionary period where all of these star quarterbacks not named Mahomes get at least a ring. I'm talking Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts. Each of them wins one of the next 5 Super Bowls. Mahomes gets 3 more. And then with the conversation of who's the best QB not named Mahomes between those 5 QBs, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Herbert, Jalen Hurts, that conversation evolves into, okay, which quarterback should have gotten a 2nd ring? Because right now, Burrow and Hurts are the leaders in that category. Because the other QBs haven't played in a Super Bowl yet. And I'm not saying they can't get there. We could easily see Lamar or Allen next year's Super Bowl. I don't think we'll see Herbert yet. Although I do think if Harbaugh comes in and does a good job, they could get there in 3 years. So, you know, that's why it's too early to say. But I do think that conversation is going to evolve into that at some point, like 5 years down the road. Because when Rob Manfred steps down, is Goodell still going to be commissioner of the NFL? I'm going to say yes, but Goodell's around the same age as Andy Reid. So it's a situation worth monitoring. The reason I say yes is because the CBA is up in 2029. My guess is Goodell renews the CBA, and then he sticks around for a few more years, and then he retires and appoints his successor. That's basically what I believe will end up happening. That'll be the end game for Roger Goodell if I had to predict it right now. But I don't want to predict it right now because Goodell's health is fine. He shows no signs of slowing down, and he's still performing at a high level as commissioner of the National Football League. So, you know, it's like I don't want to speculate on that right now. But ultimately, I think that's where the conversation's going to evolve, Joey. I think we're going to have that transitionary period where each of the star QBs not named Mahomes gets a ring, and then Mahomes gets 3 more, and then the conversation evolves. Okay, it evolves into who are the 5 best QBs not named Mahomes to, okay, which QB should have gotten a second ring? And I want to see some other guys besides the top 5 and not named Mahomes, like Hurts, Lamar, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow win Super Bowls. I want to see others. I just don't know when the window of opportunity is going to be for those other QBs. I mean, because who's going to be in the NFL in 2033? 2033, you're going to have a 37-year-old Mahomes, a 36-year-old Josh Allen, a 36-year-old Joe Burrow, and a 35-year-old Lamar, 35 or 36, maybe 37-year-old Lamar Jackson. So it's like, we don't really know what's going to happen that far. You're going to have the youngest QBs that'll be stars at that point will be Trevor Lawrence and CJ Stroud. And who knows what's going to happen with those guys between now and the rest of the decade. You know, like, I don't want to project that far ahead, but it's like, I do think we're going to enter a transitionary period, because we said this after last year's Super Bowl, but the Chiefs still repeated. The Chiefs and 49ers are both losing too many free agents to return to the Super Bowl. That's just, you're losing. I mean, you're going to bring Chris Jones back. You're probably going to renegotiate Algerius Sneed, but you're probably also looking at extending Creed Humphrey or Nick Bolton if either takes a team-friendly deal. Oh, and Willie Gay Jr. is the energy guy on the Chiefs defense. He's a UFA. I don't think the Chiefs are going to have the money to bring back Sneed, Gay, Creed Humphrey, and Nick Bolton. They might have enough cap space to keep this core together for one more year, but it's going to hit the fan eventually. Things are going to hit the fan in Kansas City eventually. But congratulations to the Chiefs. Go ahead.
It needs to hit the fan eventually. It happens to everybody. And so it wouldn't really surprise me, but at the same time, I think it happens after Andy Reid ends up retiring. Just my thought on that.
I feel like the Chiefs are just going to we're on the opposite ends of the spectrum here, because I still think the Chiefs are going to be a playoff team as long as Andy Reid and Kelsey are there. But I also feel like things aren't going to hit the fan under the new coaching regime unless the Chiefs do something incredibly stupid, like appoint Matt Nagy the head coach, because there were rumors that he was the successor to Andy Reid, like internal rumors. If you get the opportunity to hire a Kyle Shanahan, a Mike McDaniel, or a Kevin Stefanski, you got to pull the trigger and pick one of them over Matt Nagy. You just do. I'm sorry. It's like, if you go with Nagy, shit is going to hit the fan. Just fair warning, fair disclaimer. But, the Chiefs, they are in a unique position because this draft, the positions they got to reload at are all really deep positions in this year's draft. So they're in a good spot where they can reload. And that's the scary thing, is they could be better next year. They could be worse. We don't really know yet. We're not going to know until after the draft.
I don't think they're going to be worse unless Kels ends up retiring, which I do think is possible. And I also think he could do one more year. But when Jason retired, I said, that may be an omen that the Kels family is just ready to, they're ready to move on with their lives. Because remember where they're from. They are from a suburb of Cleveland. They like to, they got that hometown thing going. The small town thing. They want, they probably want the same thing that, their parents did and everybody else that's from the Ohio area does, which is just settle down, job's over, you left alone. Well, possibility. And if that's the case, they may not want all the physical problems that come along with it. I mean, so if Travis follows Jason, then, that might be it. And that might change the dynamic, even though the Chiefs do have a very good young tight end on the roster that actually played pretty big dividends in the Super Bowl with a couple big catches. I mean, it'll be tough to replace that.
Yeah, it will. I mean, I know Noah Gray's rookie deal ends after next year, but Travis Kelce's contract is up in 2025. So are they going to renew that now, or are they going to pretty much renew Gray instead? Because that's pretty telling. If the Chiefs...
Or he may just let his contract run out and retire after the contract's up.
That's a possibility too. That's a possibility as well. But the worst case scenario for the Chiefs is they lose both Noah Gray and Travis Kelce once Kelce's contract is up. That is legitimately the worst case scenario.
And also, remember, if you believe everything the tabloids are saying, after 2 months together, Taylor Swift might think Travis Kelce's the one. So, I mean, tabloid speculation.
Yeah. I believe we're going to get Ravens-Lions next year, but I'm not ruling out the Chiefs. You can't rule them out. After what they did this year, you can't really rule them out as a contender for next year. Joey and I both learned that the hard way this season. And if they get a good receiver in the first round of the draft and Rashee Rice is the number 2 receiver, and let's say their left tackle, Wanya Morris ends up taking the next step in year 2, they're going to be just as formidable as they were when they won Super Bowl 57. In fact, you can make the argument they're more formidable because, A, they'll have a really good first-round receiver. They'll have Rashee Rice in year 2 as a number 2 instead of a number 1. And they would have more offensive stability compared to the team that had Juju, Kadarius Toney, and Sky Moore as their top 3 receivers when they won Super Bowl 57. So that's the argument to be made for the Chiefs. But again, I do think the Lions are going to dominate the NFC next year. I think it's going to be the Ravens who come out of the AFC, but I could see the Chiefs. I don't think you can rule out the Chiefs. I think a dark horse to get to the playoffs next year, and that's assuming they get a left tackle at 10, is the Jets. Because Aaron Rodgers should be healthy. It'll be a comeback year for him. He'll have a chip on his shoulder. And, I could see the Jets getting to the AFC title game. But they would lose to Kelce or Lamar Jackson. They would lose to Mahomes or Lamar Jackson in that big game regarding who they end up playing. But, there's a lot of interesting storylines could go into details. But, I mean, we've spent almost 30 minutes talking about this game. I just feel like the Niners window is closed. The Chiefs window isn't closed yet, but at the same time, I think it's going to be very hard for them to get to a 3rd consecutive Super Bowl. But I could see them dominating the regular season next year and then just having a really sloppy wild card game.
Yeah, but remember, at the same time, during the 1980s in the NBA, the Eastern Conference was a juggernaut, and the Celtics got to 4 straight NBA Finals. So it's not unheard of that
No, it's not.
A very tough conference like the AFC, the Chiefs could potentially at least get to the Super Bowl 3 or 4 straight times.
Yeah. You're right. It's not unheard of. I mean, they've won 4. They've been to 4 Super Bowls in 6 years and have won 3 and 5. That is incredible. So, and they've been to 6 straight AFC title games. So as far as their streak is concerned, it is still alive. It is still well. So there's that. As far as the 49ers go, do you think their window is closed? I will get into some MLS draft picks soon that have signed contracts, but I still want to talk about the Super Bowl and the outlooks for the teams.
Remember that with the Chiefs in their history, it hasn't always been easy. They've come up throughout the playoffs with some stiff competition from the likes of the Browns one year, the Bills. Well, it might have been the Dolphins, but, we saw what happened.
I'm sure there's a parallel universe where Mahomes and Brady both have 5 Super Bowls, where the Chiefs win that AFC title game. They beat the Rams in 53, and then they end up beating the Buccaneers in 55. So I'm sure there's a parallel universe where both Brady and Mahomes have 5 Super Bowl rings. And in that universe, Mahomes is already considered the greatest quarterback of all time. But that's not what's happening on planet Earth right now, unfortunately. But
No. It's like my entire point was, hey, the AFC is tough, has been for a few years. It hasn't been easy for Mahomes or the Chiefs. And it's tougher now, and it's probably going to be tougher next year than it's ever been. So, but it just keeps getting more difficult in the AFC, so you can't rule them out, but don't hang your head on them either.
Yeah.
Every year it's getting tougher.
Yeah, because you're going to see at least one AFC team upgrade at quarterback, the Patriots. If they get the right guy, I'm not saying they will, but if they get the right guy, they're another team that could enter this conversation down the road. So I'm just saying, keep an eye on that. I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm just saying keep an eye on it. Could happen. But as for the Niners, do you think their window is closed? I want to get your thoughts on that, and then I'll pivot into the MLS draft picks that have signed contracts. I mean, the Niners are the Vegas favorite to win Super Bowl 59 at the moment, with the Chiefs at number 2, Ravens at 3, and Lions at 4. That's the top 4 for next year. But I don't see the Niners getting to the Super Bowl next year. I just think they're going to have a bigger target on their back. And if anything happens as far as injuries go offensively, their window is going to close. And the Niners can get out of Deebo Samuel's contract, but I think what's more likely is they give him one more year. They let Ayuk play on the 5th-year tender, and then because if you cut Deebo now, you only save $2 million. If you cut him next year, you save $9 million. You cut him after next season.
My thought on the top 4 for next year, just off the top of my head, Lions, Bills, Ravens, and I'd go with Chiefs 4. Those would be my top 4 for next year.
Yeah, I've got the Ravens beating the Lions in next year's Super Bowl at the moment. I mean, they spanked the Lions in that regular season game. I don't think the Lions would have any chance against the Ravens if that was next year's Super Bowl. But I don't think it'd be a blowout either. They play a far more competitive game compared to the regular season meeting where Baltimore just walloped them.
And we still got the draft and free agency
coming
up, so who knows what the Lions are going to look like after that.
Yep. I mean,
let's face it. I said the Lions had an amazing draft last year. You said they had good, but weren't as high as I was. Turns out it was an amazing class that everybody contributed at a high level.
I had a 3rd-round grade on Laporta, but he dominated last year. So if this rookie season's any indication of what's to come, then the Lions are going to be in very good position moving forward. But I also feel like they're going to dominate next year. And then if Caleb Williams is going to come in and be the face of the NFC North. So the Lions are going to have one more year at the top, and it's going to be the peak. And then everything's going to go downhill slowly after that once Caleb Williams gets his feet wet. Because I think Caleb Williams is going to have a really bad rookie year like Trevor Lawrence, but he's also going to have a really good second year like Joe Burrow.
Well, I think Caleb Williams ends up, I think the favorites to get him is the Patriots.
The Bears are going to pick him. They pretty much, I've heard the Bears are going to move Justin Fields to Pittsburgh for another first-round pick. It's a deal that's being speculated. The Steelers would get 111 and Justin Fields. The Bears would pay half of Justin Fields' salary to go to another team, and they would get the 20th pick from Pittsburgh. So
Caleb Williams has also said he won't play for the Bears.
That's just speculation. He retweeted something by the Bears.
Here's what I think happens. Remember the Eli Manning Philip Rivers deal?
I don't think that's going to happen. Caleb Williams has not publicly stated he doesn't want to play for Chicago. That is just a rumor. He actually retweeted something from the Chicago Bears last week leading up to the Super Bowl. So I don't buy that.
I buy anything from a young kid with a social media account. Because if you don't think they're going to have a tantrum at some point and throw something on there, you haven't been paying attention to kids in the 21st century. Young kid, social media, doesn't matter if he's there or not, it got out there probably because he said something on social media to somebody in somebody's DMs, and it got out there. There's smoke, there's fire. The only question is, how he's going to put out the fire if he can. That's the question. The young kid in social media, I don't put anything past it.
Well, Benjamin Albright reported 7 years ago that the Bears believe the Caleb Williams speculation is bullshit and that he's pretty much a lock to go number one to the Bears. And this was at 6 p.m. last night. So that...
Well, then maybe he already put out the fire. Like, we'll find out. You know, because somebody probably got a hold of him and was like, hey, beat him upside the head with a comb and was like, hey, stupid head. Shut up. Stop telling people things. It gets out there, then it makes trouble for me, your agent. I don't like trouble. I like money. Shut up.
Albright also tweeted that if the Bears do trade out of the number one pick, that the quarterback they would be targeting is Michigan's J.J. McCarthy. I don't know if that's entirely true, but that's interesting. So the Bears love both Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy. That's basically what this Reddit post is saying.
Now, the J.J. McCarthy thing is really interesting. McCarthy's a mixed bag. Definitely got the physical tools and the head on his shoulders, but it'd be interesting to see how that will come about.
I feel like McCarthy has the traits of a blue chip quarterback, but the production doesn't show that. The production meaning...
Yeah.
When I say production, I mean quarterback that's consistently posting 3,500 total yards. You do not see that with McCarthy. Maybe that's because of Michigan's run-heavy offense. But
maybe McCarthy is really weird because you see so many moments of brilliance, and then you see him just disappear.
Yeah,
and maybe it is because of the run-heavy offense because he doesn't have to carry the load. But, you can tell everything's there that he needs to be a star. It's just not shown. And maybe that's the hardball effect on that run-happy offense.
Yeah. And I believe Caleb Williams will end up on the Bears. I think the Commanders at 2 are probably going to get Drake May and then Jaden Daniels to New England at 3. I did move him ahead of McCarthy because Jaden Daniels dominated the Alabama defense that McCarthy had ups and downs against. I think you can make a case for McCarthy as the third best QB in the draft, like Wes and I were saying back in October. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I haven't seen enough from McCarthy to say top 5 pick. I've seen enough to say, you know what? I'm willing to gamble on this guy in the top 10 if I'm in Atlanta at 8. But I haven't seen enough to say, okay, he's a definitive top 5 pick. Whereas you've seen that with May, Daniels, and Williams. So I do think that rumor is interesting.
I agree. I can definitely see that. And, something that we don't haven't looked at is like, what if the Bears throughout the process start liking McCarthy better than Williams? That's possible. If they like both of them, that is a very real possibility. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think basically the only way the Bears would not take Caleb Williams is if the Commanders or the Patriots offered 3 years of first-round picks, a impact player on offense or defense, still on a rookie deal, and they'd also throw in a second-round pick. Just some huge trade haul. So that would be how they would go about this. Because it's going to be interesting, because I think the Bears will probably go Caleb Williams at 1. They'll probably get Neighbors or Odunze, whoever's there, at 9. And then if Verse or Latu is there at 20 and they trade Fields to Pittsburgh for 20, I think they get that second edge rusher to pair with DeMarcus Walker, since Yannick's a UFA. So that's what I think will end up happening. But yeah, as far as the MLS goes, 26 of the 29 first-round picks have signed their contracts. One player, so number 20, Marcus Calderia, choosing to go back to West Virginia to develop for another year. We had him, and I had him in the top 5 last year. So he's going back to West Virginia for another year. Jackson Lee was not guaranteed a contract with LAFC, and another team offered him a contract and told him he'd be the starting goalie if he signed with them. So he signed with that team 3 days after the MLS draft ended. And after Jackson Lee, the other guy who's going back to college is Jaden Daw. Jaden Daw was a player who only played. I did watch Duquesne once in person. Jaden Daw is a 6'4" striker on Duquesne. I did go to a Duquesne college soccer game in person. Duquesne University is located in Pittsburgh. It was a tournament game against Loyola Chicago in the Atlantic 10, where Loyola Chicago came into Duquesne and beat them. But Jaden Daw only played 5 minutes in that game. But he didn't even lead Duquesne in goals. Ask Ekelin did, a sophomore, 12 goals, 1 assist, attacking midfielder. He led Duquesne in goals. I had him getting drafted. I did not have Jaden Daw getting drafted, but he ends up getting drafted by the Columbus Crew at 29. My guess is he's going to go back to Duquesne and develop for another year before the Crew signs him, because they have not inked him to a contract yet. The reigning MLS Cup champions have all 11 starters from last year back. They don't really have to sign him right now. They own his rights for the next 2 years, so they can develop him. They can let him play at Duquesne up until his senior year and then sign him if they really want to. So, that is worth keeping an eye on. But most of the first round picks have signed their contracts. And we know Tyrese Spicer, the number 1 pick, and Logan Farrington, the number 3 pick, are both going to start at left winger. So we're going to see their numbers. And it's interesting. Toronto decided to take Tyrese Spicer. He basically said, look, I know I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I know I'm an international guy, but I want to be the guy who changes the franchise. I want to be the guy who changes the culture. He said all the right things. And the other guys, Pape Marboy took too much money to go to Europe, and the teams in Europe were turned off by that. So he's in the USL. And the other guy, Kimani Stewart-Baines out of Maryland, there were rumors he didn't want to play for Toronto. So Toronto took all that into consideration, and they ended up settling on Tyrese Spicer at 1 because he said all the right things in the interview process. So, now he's the number 1 pick. He's going to start right away. So is Logan Farrington. He's probably going to start at left wing next to Jesus Ferreira and those young attacking forwards on FC Dallas. They've got 3 forwards, 22 or younger. And when they have a striker in Ferreira who's hit his stride, but once the wingers hit their stride, FC Dallas, you compared them to the Browns pass rush with all 3 of those forwards hitting their stride. Because once those wingers hit their stride, it's going to get very interesting. But 26 first-round picks have signed, 10 second-round picks have signed MLS contracts, and 1 third-round pick, Lawrence Wooten, a 24-year-old midfielder on Ohio State, the oldest player in the MLS draft who turns 25 later this year. He actually got a contract with the Chicago Fire FC. He was Big Ten midfielder of the year 2 years in a row. He's only third-round pick to get a contract. So he's going probably to MLS Next, if I had to guess, but he does have a contract and he did sign it. So he'll either be in MLS or MLS Next, most likely MLS Next, because in MLS Next he could develop. He would not require an international roster slot. So there's that. But I think it's pretty interesting how a lot of the guys in the MLS draft are going back to college, but a good bulk of the first-round picks are either going to MLS or MLS Next right out of the gate. And only 2 of the first-round picks in the entire draft class are going back to college, the number 20 and number 29 picks. So that's pretty much what I'm hearing with the MLS. And I'm also hearing that both Spicer and Farrington are day 1 starters. And Jacob Morel is only 19, but he's the backup striker to a 34-year-old striker, and he's expected to see a lot of playing time. And he's had a pretty impressive training camp, similar to what Duncan McGuire had last year, the 19-year-old striker on Georgetown. And Georgetown's in the D.C. area, so him going to D.C. United, he stays in his hometown. That's going to be huge for his confidence. So I think it's going to be an interesting group. And I don't think it's any worse than the 2023 MLS draft, where you really only saw 2 impact players in Duncan McGuire and Moise Bombito, the center back out of New Hampshire, and the striker out of Creighton. Those were really the only impact players in the first round that saw significant minutes as rookies. Now, I do expect that number to go up this year in year 2, but at the same time, it's like 2024 already looks like a better draft class than 2023. And it'll be interesting to see if that holds up. Now, obviously, I think 56 of the 88 picks signed rookie deals 3 years ago when you had guys like Jasper Loffel and Theo Kolob get picked in the 3rd round of the 2022 MLS draft. This draft, obviously not as deep as 2022, but it's just as top-heavy, if not more top-heavy, than 2023, when you saw the MLS make the jump to 29 teams. And both Charlotte FC's first and second round picks did sign contracts. But yeah, Dave Tepper handing Stan Kroenke $50,000 allocation money to move up to 14 to get his guy. He ended up getting a player who did sign a rookie deal, so we'll see what happens. I think there's going to be a lot of intriguing storylines in the MLS with this incoming draft class moving forward. So there's that. There is some NBA All-Star news. NBA All-Star weekends this week, but, you know, Caitlin Clark just continues to dominate women's basketball. And I think when the Indiana Fever draft her, the Indiana Fever and New York Liberty are going to have a really big rivalry in the WNBA. And there's going to be about as much bad blood in the Liberty and Fever as there was between the Pacers and Knicks in the 90s, which makes the WNBA kind of exciting. And the NBA, well, there's good players, there's star players, but it's not the caliber you're used to in the 80s and 90s. Whereas it feels like the competition in the WNBA is becoming what the NBA was in the 80s and 90s, whereas the NBA is just, it's not what it used to be. And for you, that just repulses you. But I know Sabrina Lachescu and Steph Curry are going to have a 3-point contest tonight.
Well, it doesn't have to be what it used to be. It just has to be good. And the problem is, if I can watch a Division III basketball game and I don't see as much difference in the gameplay or style as the NBA, then why am I giving money to the NBA? And that's the problem. The big difference is the size of the arena and the crowds.
Yeah.
I can actually say I see more nuance and technical ability from the college guys. The only thing, the crowds are, bigger. The spectacle is bigger. If you put both of them playing different games inside of empty stadiums, what are you going to see? You're going to see the exact same thing.
Yeah. And here are the contestants in tonight's 3-point contest. Malik Beasley, Jalen Brunson. He was big for the Knicks when they knocked out the Cavs last year. Tyrese Halliburton, Damian Lillard, Lauri Markkanen, Donovan Mitchell, Karl Anthony Towns, Trae Young. I think there's more star power in this 3-point contest than there's been in at least 30 years, which really is saying a lot, 20 or 30 years. I think you have to go back to the 90s or 80s to find this much star power in a 3-point contest, Joey, because you have Brunson, Halliburton, Malik Beasley, the Bucks, Damian Lillard, Lauri Markkanen, Donovan Mitchell, Karl Anthony Towns, Trae Youngs. I think we covered all these guys leading up to their NBA draft years, or at least I did. So for me, yeah, there's a lot of star power in this 3-point contest, which I think is kind of surprising, to be honest. Because you have to go a ways back to find that many stars. This is a 3-point contest.
I mean, it's a 3-point contest. What do people do? They don't practice the skills of the game. They sit back and they shoot from 25 feet, 30 feet out all the time. So what are they practicing year-round? The 3-point shot. If they don't knock it out on the 3-point shot in a 3-point contest, that would surprise me more than them actually doing well. Because if they don't do well, and all they do is shoot threes, what the hell are they doing with their time?
Yeah, but don't you think the quality of star power as far as the 3-point contest has improved compared to previous years? But I also get the thought process of you expecting it to improve with how much these NBA players shoot the 3-point shot now. I also get that.
I wouldn't doubt if there's a 7'3" guy that's going to come out nailing 30-foot jumpers at some point. That's all they do is stand back there and shoot threes.
And then after that 3-point contest, you have Steph Curry taking on Sabrina Ionetshu, the face of the New York Liberty, former UConn player in women's basketball, and one of the faces of the New York Liberty in the WNBA. She started her career as #1 pick with the Seattle Storm, and now she's going to be facing Curry in a separate 3-point challenge. And then you're going to have the AT&T Slam Dunk, and that is going to include Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics, Mac McClung, Jamie Jacquez Jr., and Jacob Toppin, the younger brother of Obi Toppin. So outside of Jaylen Brown, not a lot of household names competing in the dunk contest. And that was what was the premier all-star event back in the 80s, 90s, when you grew up watching the NBA at its peak. 3-point contest was still fun, but there were more stars competing in the slam dunk contest back in the 80s and 90s compared to today.
Well, back then, either one were fun because there was a sense of competition. There was a sense that these guys really had to be great at what they did. They had to be creative. They had to be ultra athletic at all times. That, and the slam dunk contest, that's still true to a degree. They're not as, they do some really stupid things in the dunk contest these days. Like, I remember one year they pulled out like a motorcycle or something. You know,
they dunk over a car.
Like too many props.
Yeah, they dunk over a car. How do you feel about a player dunking over a monster truck?
They're trying too hard. Use your brain and think, okay, between the legs, I'm athletic enough to pull this off. How do we put a new twist on it? Somebody tried to do it between the legs 360. I don't know if they made it or not or whatever, but they're trying. These people who are bringing cars and
is a blindfold original? Is a blindfold original? You put a blindfold over your eye, and if you actually land the dunk and execute it with a blindfold on, is that impressive to you? Is that like you're thinking, okay?
It is. It's simple. It's creative. D. Brown did it. Well, no, D. Brown didn't use blindfold. He used his forearm when he first did it. Somebody else did it with a blindfold. It was fun. It was impressive. But because when you got a blindfold on, you can very easily miss the entire basket, and you look like a freaking fool.
Yeah.
And it's just simple, little creative things like that made the slam dunk contest awesome. And then you had the massive amounts of athleticism. You had the power of Vince Carter and Dominique Wilkins. You had the creativity of Spud Webb, D. Brown, and those guys. That stuff really made it fun. They didn't need cars. They didn't need a buddy. They didn't need chairs. They didn't need a monster.
They didn't need Evel Knievel as a prop item. No offense to Evel Knievel.
No, it's just your creative thought process, a ball, and a new rim. You don't need props. That's not impressive to me. Yeah, you're athletic. Congratulations. Okay. You jumped over something big. Wonderful. Okay. Where's the creativity? You can jump high. Congratulations. Give me something. Give me some power. Give me some creative juices. No, give me some coordination. Give me a blindfold. No, that's probably the best prop you can have in basketball. A simple blindfold. Because it is very easy to miss that rim. That rim is really small. If you miss the rim, you look like a fool. But by guy, you hit that, everybody's hopping. I don't care if you're a casual fan. You hit that and you can't see anything, you're hopping. You know, everybody goes crazy for a good blindfold. pull out a car, and it's like, oh, he's pulling out a car.
Yeah, and if
okay, what else are you gonna do? He's gonna jump over it. Okay, cool.
And if
see where the rim is, jump high, slam the ball.
Yeah, and if you don't want to watch the slam dunk contest on TNT, the alternative is on ABC tonight. The Philadelphia Flyers are going to take on the New Jersey Devils at MetLife Stadium with the NHL Stadium Series, with the Flyers and Devils both competing for a playoff spot. That is going to be on ABC. And then tomorrow, the Pittsburgh Penguins are going to be retiring Jaromir Jagr's number 68. His official retirement for the Penguins is going to be tomorrow afternoon. So, yeah. That's what's going on in the NHL. Yeah, and honestly...
Yeah, I think that retirement for Jaromir Jagr eclipses anything the NBA can do. You can tell with trying to do the men versus women and all this other stuff that the NBA is really hurting for views. They want to get eyes on the product, and they know the WNBA is starting to come up a little bit.
Yeah, and once Caitlin Clark arrives, they're saying that, because Aaliyah Williams led South Carolina to a women's basketball national title in 2022. So when Caitlin Clark pairs up with Aaliyah Williams, a lot of the speculation is that the Indiana Fever are going to go from a bottom feeder to the front runner to challenge the New York Liberty in the Eastern Conference, in that we could be seeing the kind of bad blood between those teams that we saw between the Knicks and Pacers in the 90s. And that's compelling. From a WNBA standpoint, that is a dream scenario, to where both the Fever and the Liberty become what the Knicks and Pacers were in the 90s. That is a dream scenario for the WNBA, Joey. I'm not saying it'll happen, but if it does happen, that's a win for the WNBA. Because right now you have two super teams, the New York Liberty, who got Sabrina Ionescu and Ella Del Don in free agency, and the Vegas Aces with Becky Hammond. Those are the two super teams. There's really not that third team. I think the Indiana Fever are going to become that third team and that rival team to New York Liberty in the Eastern Conference with Caitlin Clark. So she became the NCAA all-time leading scorer out of Iowa. So I really do believe that. And the Penguins play the Kings tonight. So that is Jagr's retirement is tonight. It's not tomorrow. It's tonight. So, yeah. But yeah, huge NHL day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of the 16 games are tonight in the NHL. So it's a big NHL day. Connor Bedard's back from his injury. He scored against the Penguins. Edmonton plays Dallas. And honestly, ABC should do a doubleheader. I know ABC is a bias towards the bigger market teams like the Rangers, the Penguins, the Flyers, the Devils. I get it. I can respect that. But honestly, you should have Oilers Stars on at 3. Connor McDavid versus the Dallas Stars. I think that's a game worthy of an afternoon slot on ABC. In my honest opinion, I think that is I think that's a game, that's an early game you could put on the network pretty easily, for being honest. So, there's a triple header. That is on ABC. Awesome. So Oilers Stars is on ABC after Kings Bruins. So they're going to have a triple header. So it's going to be those two NHL games, local news, and then Flyers Devils immediately after that. So ABC's combating the NBA's All-Star coverage on TNT with an NHL triple header. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere with the Stadium Series at 8. So, yeah, the Dallas Stars are playing the Oilers, and Dallas is favored in that one. Kings are playing the Bruins at 12:30 in Boston. So I get 4 of the NHL games that air today, including the Penguins-Kings game. Wait, that might be tomorrow because I don't see that on... Yeah, that is tomorrow. So Jagr's retirement was tomorrow. So, yeah, The Kings, because the Kings play on the road against the Bruins, and then the Rangers and Islanders play at 3 on ABC. So yeah. There's hockey on Saturday and Sunday in the NHL this weekend. I love it. This is what I was kind of hoping for from ABC the first year they did their NHL coverage, and we didn't get that. Now they're pivoting to that because they realize people want to watch hockey. And if they can't call an NBA game, the default response by ABC is to just air NHL games instead. So, it's going to be an interesting sports weekend. And, Kings and Bruins are both in contention. Oilers and Stars are both in contention. And the Flyers and Devils are both in contention. So 3 excellent hockey games today. And the Rangers and Islanders play tomorrow. So it is a good hockey weekend. How many commissioners are still going to be commissioner once Rob Manfred retires in 2029? I feel like all of them could be. I think Silver's still going to be in the NBA. Gary Bettman's probably still going to be in the NHL. Bettman, I feel like Bettman's just one of those guys that could call the league for another 10 years. That's how I feel about Goodell as well, even though he's around the same age as Manfred and Andy Reid. And then, I mean, Goodell could retire in 2030, but I feel like he's at least going to try to get the NFL through the CBA because the CBA is up in 2029. I feel like he's going to at least try to get through that, and a successor will be named by the time his contract is up in 2027. I think a successor will be named by 2027, but I'm thinking Goodell runs the league until 2030 or 2031 and then steps down, and the new commissioner is appointed. That's kind of how I see that playing out. Because even though Goodell's done an incredible job, he's not going to be around forever. And it's like we're getting to that point where I don't think Goodell's ready to retire, but I do think by 2027, a successor to Goodell will be put in play. I could be wrong on that, Joey, but I think we're getting to that point. Because he's around the same age as Andy Reid.
I don't think Goodell has many years left. And I think it's more due to choice. When you get paid as much as he does, and you're basically getting paid that much just to make sure you don't screw up. For him, it's always been protect the shield because he didn't have to do anything when he walked in. He just had to protect the shield, make sure, mediate the deal between the owners and the Players Association, and make sure not to screw it up. And he's done a good job of that. So even if you don't like him, Emperor Goodell, Dictator Goodell, whatever you want to call him, his job is just not to screw it up. And he's done a good job not screwing it up.
Yeah, his contract runs through 2027, so if he gets renewed after that, they're going to have a successor, because right now, NFL owners want to have a successor by 2027. Goodell doesn't have to retire in 2027 if he wants to keep going, but at the same time, they want to have a successor by 2027. That's, according to CBS Sports, is that the NFL wants to have a successor in play by 2027. And I ultimately think it'll end up being Troy Brown, who he is a
Troy Brown, the former head of the is he former head of the Players Association, Troy Brown?
Yes.
Is that Troy Brown?
I think he does work for the NFL.
That would be interesting, because I don't think we've ever had a former head of the Players Association as commissioner. So that would definitely be interesting.
I know there's a former player on the Patriots that works for the NFL. I'm not sure if it's Troy Brown. It might be somebody else. It's Troy Vincent. That's who I was thinking of. Troy Brown is an announcer, but Troy Vincent is the he is the former he is an American sports executive and former player for the New England Patriots. So Troy Vincent drafted by the Dolphins in 1992, 7th overall. Then he was on the Eagles, then the Bills, and then the Redskins. So he's been the senior vice. He was the senior vice president of player engagement, and then he ends up going to the NFLPA. He was the president of the NFLPA. Then he was replaced by Kevin Mawa, and then I honestly don't know who they would pick to succeed Goodell. I thought Antonio Brown was. I thought not Antonio. Troy Vincent was still a successor to still in charge of some big role in the NFL. So I'm not sure who they would pick. I could also see the there. I don't know who the successor would be at this point. I could not give you a definitive answer. I know there was a I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. There's two names that have been floating around as the two successors. One is Kevin Warren, and the other is Condoleezza Rice, the minority owner of the Broncos. She was also on the college football playoff committee, and she has political experience. Those are not the people I was thinking of as successors to Goodell.
Condoleezza Rice would be a horrific choice because she was a horrific politician. But
I was thinking of the other woman that did the draft for Goodell this year. Who's she? That's the thing. Like who are the other people that have worked under Goodell? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I know there was a woman that helped run the draft, and she works under Goodell. I just don't know who she is. Troy Vincent Sr., apparently executive vice president football. Dawn Aponte, chief football administration officer. She sort of rose into the point where she's at the, because when Goodell was working under Paul Tagliabue, I think he was either the executive vice president of football operations, like Troy Vincent Sr., or he was the chief administrative officer. I think Troy Vincent Sr. or Dawn Aponte will be the next commissioner. I mean, you have Walt Anderson, Perry Fewell, Kimberly Field, senior vice president, football, business strategy. She could be a dark horse. Dave Gardy, Arthur McAfee, Tracy Perlman, senior vice president, football operations. These are all good choices for their current roles, but like, I don't really see a future commissioner. You know, like, they're all good in their roles, but John Runyon, Roman Oben, they're all good in their roles at NFL headquarters. I'm not critiquing anyone, but I honestly think out of those names, Troy Vincent Sr., Executive Vice President, Football Operations, and when was this article posted? This is the NFL Ops team, but I think Dawn Aponte was the name I was thinking of. But I could definitely see she's an accountant, and she's the chief administration of football operations, and she's served her position in the NFL since 2017, and she even got an interview for the Chargers GM job. So, but yeah, she's an executive accountant and attorney. Those are all roles Roger Goodell had with the league before he was named commissioner. So I do think Donna Ponte is the future commissioner of the NFL. So yeah, that Donna Ponte, who's who I was thinking of, but I think she will end up taking over for Goodell at some point down the road in the next 5 to 10 years. Yeah. I was not thinking of Condoleezza Rice. I think Aponte would be a better commissioner than Condoleezza Rice. Because it just sounds like that would be a disaster of a move. I don't think it'd be a horrible move, but it just sounds like it would be a disastrous, like a really bad move.
No, it would be a horrible disaster. Spend your money, be minority owner of a football team, and enjoy it. Like, sit back, shut up, enjoy the game, make your money.
And I'm just going to check the age of the other commissioners, just see where they are as far as their trajectory goes. Ooh, Gary Bettman's older than Rob Manfred, but I don't see him slowing down because Gary Bettman's one of these guys that I could see Gary Bettman, even though he's 71, he feels like he's 51 with how energetic and vibrant his personality is. He doesn't feel like somebody who's 71. He feels like somebody that's 51 or 40. No, 41. No, I'm not going to say 41, but he feels like he's 51. You know, like all the energy he brings as the commissioner of the NHL, and he's done a good job. You've mentioned Bettman on last week's podcast. Only reason we're bringing up the commissioners for the second week in a row is because one announced they were going to retire and in 2029. And it's kind of interesting. And it's Rob Manfred. Don Garber is about at the same point as Roger Goodell. He's been the commissioner of MLS since 1999. And I don't think he's going anywhere either. So, you know, but it's interesting. I definitely could see Silver is the youngest of the commissioners, but he's still, I think Silver's got the most longevity, but I don't know if there's a succession plan in play for Gary Bettman or, well, Bill Daley will probably be he's the deputy commissioner to Gary Bettman. He's 59, Bettman's 71. Daley will probably take over at some point once Bettman steps down. And I'm guessing that'll be in 2030. It could be sooner than that because Bettman's 71, but Bettman just doesn't strike me as somebody who's 71. He feels like somebody who's in his early 50s with the energy he brings. That's why I say, who's going to be next to retire after Manfred? Because Don Garber, Goodell, and Gary Bettman are all around the same age range. So if I had to take a guess, I'd say Goodell's the next to step down. But again, you can make the argument for Bettman or Garber. But the thing is, Gary Bettman, I think, has been commissioner of the NHL now. Yeah, this is his 30th season as commissioner. I don't even think David Stern was commissioner that long. David Stern was 28 years. Yes, so Gary Bettman's been commissioner of the NHL longer than David Stern. So his tenure as commissioner has been 3 decades. Well, 93, 2003. Yes, it's been 30 years. So this is his 30th season as commissioner of the NHL. I don't think we're going to see Goodell run the NFL for 30 years. Don Garber's been commissioner since 1999. If he can remain commissioner of the MLS until 2029, he would match the 30 years by Bettman, but I just don't see Gary Bettman slowing down. It's like he brings so much energy to the game of hockey I could see him running. I could see him being the commissioner for the NHL for at least another 5 to 10 years. I don't think he's stepping down anytime soon. But yeah.
No.
But it's in.
Batman's like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going.
Yeah.
Going,
Even though he's 71, he feels like a young, vibrant 51 or 54-year-old. He doesn't feel like somebody who's 71.
He has been the commissioner of the NHL
for 30 years now. This is his 30th season.
I started watching hockey. Since you started watching hockey, he is the only face that league has known through almost 2 generations. And I don't see him stopping.
Yeah, this is 30th year. I could see him going to 40 or 40 years, if I'm being honest. I could see him going to 40 years, pushing at least. I don't think he'll get to 50, but I could definitely see him running the NHL another 10 years. So so I think the next commissioner to step down will either be Don Garber, who's 66, or Roger Goodell, who's 64, with Rob Manfred being 65, stepping down at the end of 2029. I think it's either going to be Garber or Goodell. And I don't see Garber stepping down either. It's like he's kind of like Gary Bettman in that respect. He congratulated FC Dallas owners, the Hunt family, and Sporting Kansas City co-owner Patrick Mahomes on the Super Bowl. So yeah, I mean that was his last tweet 6 days ago. So yeah, it's like he's been, and Don Garber worked for the NFL under Goodell and Paul Tagliabue before becoming the commissioner of the MLS. So I don't see Garber stepping down anytime soon, even though he's older than Goodell. I don't see him stepping down. I think he's going to go another 5 years, and I think Bettman's probably going to go another 10 years. And I think Goodell will probably go anywhere between 2027 and 2031. With a successor in 2027 to be announced, which I think will be Don Aponte. So, yeah. But, yeah, Rob Manfred's just been bad for baseball. He is my least favorite of the commissioners, but you can make a case for him or Adam Silver as the 2 worst commissioners. So, I even though Rob Manfred, congratulations on your 14-year run. I think it was shorter than Bud Seeling's run as commissioner, but I'm not certain. So, yeah.
Hey, Chris?
Yeah.
When you get done with this segment, let me know. So I got something here I want your comment on.
Go ahead. I'm almost done with this segment. I'm just checking to see when Seeling... Okay, so Seeling was commissioner from 1992 to 2014. So that was 22 years, I believe. So, and Rob Manfred was only commissioner for 15 years. So, because from 2014 or 2015 to 2029, that's approximately 15 years. So, that's pretty short for a tenure as commissioner, 15 years. That feels very brief when you consider what the other commissioners have done with their sports. You know, I know Adam Silver's approaching 10 years as well, but he's 5 years younger than Manfred. I don't see him stepping down anytime soon. But yeah, I'm done with the commissioner's rant. Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I was looking through NFL.com and I found an interesting article here by Bucky Brooks. The teams with the biggest Super Bowl windows. It has the top 8 Super Bowl windows per team. Now, I wanted your comment on the teams. The Jets are at 8. The Packers at 7. The Browns at 6. The 49ers at 5. The Cowboys at 4. The Ravens at 3. The Lions at 2. And the Chiefs at 1.
I would put the Ravens at 2 and the Lions at 3. but I pretty much agree with that list. The top three, anyway. I pretty much agree with the top three, but I put the Ravens ahead of the Lions. I think putting the Lions ahead of the Ravens after the Ravens wallop them is bias because people don't want to see there's a lot of people that just don't like the Ravens. I know because my mom lives in Pittsburgh. She hates the Ravens. I live in Pittsburgh as well. I don't hate the Ravens, but there's a lot of people in this city that hate the Ravens. So I can just tell you firsthand, there's just a lot of people in this city that hate the Ravens. Okay? But the feeling's mutual among the AFC North teams and the Steelers. Those AFC North teams dislike the Steelers just as much as Steeler fans dislike the Ravens. So the feeling's mutual. But anyway, I would put the Bills at 4, even though I feel like their window is going to close until maybe Super Bowl 62. I think the Chargers, basically all the teams with young quarterbacks in their 20s, I would put them in the AFC. So I'd put the Chiefs at 1, Ravens at 2. I would put the Bengals at 3. I'd put the Bills at 4. And I'd put the Chargers at 5. As bold as that's going to sound, as unconventional. Bengals. And then I would put the Lions at 6. But I think the Lions have the best Super Bowl window of any NFC team right now. They have a 1 to 2 year window. And I think they're going to be one of these teams that peaks next year. And then they're going to have to start paying their core guys. I do like the direction they're heading in, but they're due for a bad draft class. Jahmyr Gibbs played with a limited workload as a rookie. He did get more carries as the season ended. And then Jack Campbell, his role got reduced during his rookie year. Sam Laporta killed it as a rookie, and so did Brian Branch. So they hit on their first 4 picks, but they didn't hit on their picks after that because their thought process was instead of trying to hit on every pick, let's just weed out the players that don't meet our standard. Instead of approaching everyone, we're going to start filtering guys out because we like the bulk of our team. And I just don't like the thought process of filtering guys out that don't meet your standard. But that's just my 2 cents. That doesn't mean the Lions aren't a good football team. They're obviously great at identifying talent. I've just never been a fan of filtering out players that don't meet your standard. But hey, that's why I'm not Brad Holmes, and the Lions have killed it. So if that's what they did and that's what worked.
The Lions are doing something right. I mean, let's say the Lions are doing something right to get where they are now.
Yeah. Because I think the first 2 years they had to come in with an approach mechanism because they just didn't have any identity outside of Jared Goff and their offensive line. They nailed that. They got the identity. They got St. Brown, Williams, Laporta, Aiden Hutchinson. So, they got that part of it down. Now they just got to maintain that talent and get more pieces in the draft. So, but I still think the AFC, I think the AFC North and the NFC North are probably the 2 best divisions in football right now, Joey. I mean, the NFC North is, if Cousins stays in Minnesota, the NFC North has a chance to become what the AFC North is if Caleb Williams goes to Chicago. I mean, it really does. It is a chance of becoming the NFC's version of the AFC North. Not as good in far as quality, but, it has a chance to become that down the road. And I think you could say the AFC South is in that position right now.
Honestly, I think the AFC South with the Jaguars and the Colts, I think that has a good chance to come up as well.
Yeah. But I think the NFC North has that. And if the Patriots get the right QB at 3, the AFC East could become that. If Rodgers is healthy this year, AFC East could become that too. AFC West, honestly, AFC West is still the Chiefs division. And that's not going to change anytime soon. So the AFC West has gone from being a compelling division 2 or 3 years ago to, okay, we've accepted the fact that it's the Chiefs division. And it's the least exciting division in the AFC right now. But If the Patriots get a good QB at 3, or they end up trading up for Caleb Williams, then I think the AFC East would become the third or fourth best division in football. And then I would rank
as far as a organizational standpoint goes, I think getting Elliot Wolf as a GM was spectacular. I thought Jared Mayo would be a very good choice at head coach. I think Alex Van Pelt was an incredibly underrated move because what's he good at? Organization and fundamentals, especially of quarterbacks. I remember his statement when he came in as the Browns offense coordinator about Baker Mayfield. We want his footwork to be more like Mozart than Metallica. And that was his entire focus, was the footwork. So whoever they draft, I think is in good hands at the quarterback position. Yeah. I think the Patriots have done an underrated, very, very, very good, potentially the best job of any team as far as front office and coaching hires as far as a combination goes.
Yeah.
That's saying something because I really do like what the Browns did. So saying I think the Patriots did a far better job, that says how much credit I give Robert Kraft for this because it was amazing.
Yep.
This offseason.
Yep. And it's just one of those drafts where you can go left tackle or wide receiver with that second round pick and just reload the offense one piece at a time. You can get multiple pieces in this draft if you're the Patriots. So I think that's going to be interesting as well.
And the thing is, though, the Patriots really didn't have a bad enough tackle this year. The thing is,
you know what? Let's do something fun before we wrap up the podcast. Let's fire up a mock drafts PFN simulator here. I know I did one last week, but I did not live stream it. So I'm going to live stream that and then we'll wrap up the show. I'm in a mock draft mood, you know, like I kind of want to do a mock draft to wrap things up. We'll do 2 rounds, but we'll do like a quicker mock draft where Joey and I keep taking turns picking for teams because the group mock is going to start. Group mock is going to start on Tuesday at noon. So I think the first 4 picks.
Why don't we just do a preview of that? Hey, Chris, why don't we just do a preview of that by who's your team? The Patriots?
We're picking for all the teams, Joey. I don't like when the computer picks because they make trades and they fuck it up. And when I do a mock draft, I basically click every team.
That's true.
So I think we're in agreement that Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels will go 1, 2, 3 as long as there's no trades. As long as there's no trades and everybody stands pat, that'll be the top 3. And then Harrison Jr. will be 4th. Then the debate begins at 5.
Well, give me a second to get this thing loaded up. I have a feeling you already had it loaded up.
I do. I have it loaded up, and I've already entered the QBs as 1, 2, and 3. Caleb Williams to Chicago, Drake May to Washington, and Jaden Daniels to New England. I think that is the top 3.
Caleb Williams, 1. Who was 2?
Drake May, North Carolina, and Jaden Daniels, LSU to the Patriots at 3. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4th in this scenario. And then number 5 is where things get super duper interesting for the Chargers because you could upgrade at right tackle if you move on from Trey Pipkins, but Pipkins is under contract for at least 1 more season. You can't cut him without taking a cap hit until 2025. And honestly, what's the one position Harbaugh's had success developing at Stanford, at the 49ers, at Michigan? Tight end. Brock Bowers. Championship mentality. I think Bowers is the pick at 5, but I've seen Malik Neighbors. I've seen the receivers, O'Dunes as well as Neighbors. I've seen the tackles mocked at 5. I have Bowers at 5 because all the Chargers tight ends are UFAs. And it just makes sense to draft Bowers at 5. If you have faith in Keenan Allen, Quentin Johnson, and Josh Palmer, it makes total logistical sense to just take Bowers at 5 if you're the Chargers. But if you've got a different opinion, I want to hear it.
No, actually, I was surprised when you said Bowers because I thought you were going to say somebody else. And
no.
Because I had Bowers as well on that one. I was thinking back, when was the Chargers offense at its most potent? When it had that Hall of Fame tight end.
Antonio Gates, yep,
So
from Kent State.
Thinking,
yeah.
And let's look at it. Let's look at it logistically from the way it is. You know, Kels, Njoku, LaFleur.
Dalton Kincaid looked good as a rookie. Laporte on the Lions. Kittle on the 49ers. You need a good tight end to win in this league.
Yep.
Mark Andrews with the Ravens. And look, there's other tight. Njoku's a top 10 tight end, but I wouldn't argue he's a top 5 tight end. He played like one down the stretch, though.
It's only been 1 year. Yeah, it's 1 year. Do it for 2 years, then we'll talk about moving into the top 5.
Yeah.
But do it for more than about 12 games.
Yeah.
Then we'll see.
But Bowers, I think we're in agreement he's 5. Okay, 6 is where things get interesting. Because you could draft one of the tackles as a replacement to Evan Neal, but I think they're going to get a weapon for Daniel Jones. Malik Neighbors and Rome Odunze are both appealing. I like Malik Neighbors a little bit more. But it's interesting because Marvin Harrison Jr. is the only player on Lisa's board with a Pro Bowl grade, but she has 14 players graded out as first rounders. Her number 2 player is Fashanu, and her number 3 player is Terrion Arnold, the Alabama corner. But she knows the Jets have a need at left tackle, so she might take Alt or Fashanu at 10 if either one falls to 10, with Arnold being the plan C. So, that is interesting to say the least. And it's going to be interesting to see what Lisa does, because if she has one of the tackles at 2 on her board and she has Terrion Arnold at 3 and the tackle she has at 2 gets picked by the Titans at 7, are you going to take your next best tackle, or are you going to go best player on the board and pair Arnold with Sauce Gardner? That is an interesting conversation. But the Giants are up at 6. I have Malik Neighbors here. I think he's a little bit better than Rome Odunze, but I think you can make a case for Odunze. Both have amazing analytics and projections. So, I mean,
And I'm going to mention something real quick. I don't know if it'll play into this pick or not, but I was watching a clip of the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show. Jay Crawford was talking about a conversation he had with an executive, NFL executive at the Senior Bowl, I think he said it was. And they asked about how the NFL messed up the backup quarterback situation so badly. And the executive, I know I'm paraphrasing here, basically said, we put so much money into the starting quarterbacks that we neglected backup quarterback. And then this year we saw, with so many injuries to starting quarterbacks, how much that was coming back to bite us in the rear end, and that the NFL executives are going to make a U-turn on that. So I'm wondering if a team like the Giants might say, because I've heard a couple teams saying, without naming who they were, in the articles, that they might be willing, maybe not this year, but next year, to eat cap room with some of these high-priced quarterbacks and do a...
Yeah, they can buy out Daniel Jones in 2025, but not this year. They can buy out Daniel Jones in 2025. Yeah. So I think they will draft a quarterback in 2025.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing that up, because, because you were talking about that, and it, I was looking at the guys on the screen, and I'm like, couldn't Daniel Jones maybe be the prototype for this? because
you could also draft McCarthy and redshirt him this year and then bring him in next year. You could do that. The Giants did sort of redshirt Eli Manning. They did. When Kurt Warner was on the Giants after he struck out with the Rams, he was the stopgap, and then Eli came in halfway through the year. So you could take McCarthy and do that. I don't think the Giants are going to do that, though, because they drafted Daniel Jones at 6 in this exact spot. So I'm thinking it's going to be Neighbors.
But if I'm thinking that, somebody else may be thinking that as well. So it is a thought, and if any team was going to be
I've heard they are going to bring in Trubisky. Because remember, the Bills' assistant GM at the time is now the Giants' GM, and he brought in Trubisky for a year to be the backup to Allen. So I've heard Trubisky is going to be competing with DeVito for the backup job. If the Giants do sign him, Daniel Jones would enter next year as a starter with DeVito and Trubisky competing for the backup job. And I actually think DeVito would beat out Trubisky for the backup job, as crazy as that sounds, Joey. I don't like that move, but I can understand the thought process because same guy who brought Trubisky to Buffalo may want to bring him to the Giants as a backup. I don't agree with the thought process, but I can certainly understand it.
Yeah, and let's face it, I've been in the crowd with some of those Giants fans, and there's some obnoxious people. And that's when they're a bad team. I hate to be in the crowd with them when they're a good team. That being said, I'm almost thinking that this year is going to be a year where they prep to make Daniel Jones the first quarterback under that thought process that I've been hearing of eating cat food, the first casualty.
Yeah, I think the Giants will draft a quarterback, but it'll be next year in 2025. I don't think they'll pull the trigger this year.
But thinking that way, I'm really thinking that Fashanu from Penn State, they may draft him
as the replacement to Evan Neal. You paid Andrew Thomas, but Evan Neal regressed in year 2. So let's flip a coin. If it's call it in the air, Joey. If you get it right, we'll draft your guy. If I get it right, we'll draft my guy. That's the simplest way to break the tie. Heads or tails. I'm flipping my lucky silver dollar. Whatever it lands on, that will be the pick. So Joey's calling tails. Okay. It is tails. So we're going Olu Fashanu, folks. And there's the coin on the live stream. Proof that it is tails, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's kind of hard to see the coin on the live stream, but yeah. So Olu Fashanu is the pick.
I watched a couple Giants games last year,
and on that note, the next left tackle, Joe Alt, is going to come off the board because Will Levis needs a blindside protector. So with Fashanu at right tackle, next to Andrew Thomas, Daniel Jones will have a lot more time in the pocket, and that means Joe Alt. I'm guessing we both have Alt coming off the board here with Fashanu gone. Because Titans are going to get a left tackle. Titans are going to get a left tackle. They need one. I mean, Jalen Duncan wasn't bad, but he's more of a backup left tackle at this point, and Alt just has a way higher ceiling, and you have to do something for Will Levis. So I think Joe Alt has to be the pick here at 7. I was going to go left tackle at 7 if you passed on Fashanu, but yeah, Alt is going to be the pick here.
The only thing I have to wonder, the only reason I would go Alt here is because the coaching staff, I believe, is going to be so reliant on that offensive line. It is going to be, and let's face it, they brought in Papa, one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of the game.
Yep. Ryan Callahan. So Joe Alt to the Titans is going to be the pick. I'm locked that in. So Atlanta's up at 8. We could go J.J. McCarthy here, the QB I mocked at 8. But if there's another route you want to go, we could explore that as well, because Malik Neighbors is on the board, still O'Dunes. Both of those guys are blue chip receivers. Even though I've got a blue chip grade on McCarthy, the production isn't necessarily the production you want from a blue chip player. And the production these receivers has is there. But that means you're rolling with Desmond Ridder, Taylor Heineke for another year if you don't pick a quarterback at 8. But you'd have 2 really good receivers. You'd have Pitts and you'd have Bijan Robinson. There'd be 0 excuses at that point if you rolled with one of those QBs and you took another weapon. But I do understand the thought process in taking Neighbors or O'Dunes here. Are you sold on McCarthy? Jason Bantle has Dallas Turner going here. He had Neighbors to the Giants. Our top 6 is pretty much identical.
This is an irritating place because I really do think a lot of the Falcons' problems last year was due to coaching. I stated it 1,000 times on the podcast. Their coach had no clue.
Yeah, and now Arthur Smith's the Steelers' offensive coordinator.
Well, I guess I could probably celebrate that one.
Yeah, I mean, urinating trees' response to that hire was great. Now we have Arthur Smith as our offensive coordinator. This is going to be like watching hell freeze over. That was his reaction to the Arthur Smith hiring on Twitter. Which is probably not an optimistic thing to hear if you're a Steeler fan. So, you know.
Yeah, now, here's my thought process.
They could trade this pick for Fields.
Yes, but the thought process was Desmond Ritter's issues, coaching or not? Because the coaching was so bad, you have to question that. But is J.J. McCarthy a superior quarterback prospect? Absolutely. That's not even close. So do you want to take the superior prospect who can potentially either sit behind for a few weeks and learn before coming in when the eventual benching comes of Desmond Ridder? Or you want to go with Ridder for one more year
and get a weapon. Contract. That's what makes this tough.
So, yes. So right now, I thought last year they had competent coaching. Atlanta could have won 9-11 games. So with better coaching this year, I think you almost have to go with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
That may be the last piece to that offensive puzzle.
Yeah, we both agree on McCarthy to Atlanta at 9. I have Malik Neighbors rated a little bit higher than Rome Odunze. So Neighbors for me would be the pick at 9 for the Bears, because I did not envision. I have Neighbors going to the Giants at 6, but since the coin landed on tails, we went with Fashanu in this mock. I think Malik Neighbors has to be the pick at 9. I do like Rome Odunze, but I like Malik Neighbors a little bit more. But I do have film on both receivers.
The thing that gets me, like, with Neighbors, I don't see him as I don't see him as a guy that's going to get off press early, but if he gets to his top speed and gets into that bump and run, he's aggressive enough to make the play.
Yep.
And he's got great explosiveness. So, yeah, Caleb Williams, I think Chicago has a decent receiving core as is.
But they're not going to bring back Darnell Mooney, and I don't trust the other guys on the roster. I don't.
So they're not going to bring back Mooney?
Nope.
Okay, I hadn't heard that. Yeah, so I would either go. I don't trust O'Dunes as much to be a top 10 pick.
I think all three of the top receivers in this draft are blue chip guys: Neighbors, O'Dunes, and I was skeptical about O'Dunes initially, but I watched the film against Oregon. He blew it out of the water in that game. I think O'Dunes will end up going in the top 10 now because the hype it's at the same point where Warren, Waddle.
I believe that if you're going to be put in a situation with drafting Caleb Williams, you also have to look at the other type wide receivers. You have to look at the guys that are just outstanding specimens. Especially if you have one.
I think Neighbors is a better fit for Chicago than.
It's like I also had to look at Keon Coleman from Florida State. Florida State, world-renowned for their abilities. They had two of the biggest, strongest, most athletically imposing receivers in the nation this year, Keon Coleman being the top one. With somebody like Caleb Williams who likes to run around, you need somebody like Coleman who had that issue with quarterback, the volatility of quarterback, who had to adjust a lot.
Coleman's not the route tree. Coleman's route tree is not as good as Neighbors or O'Dunes. Now he shows just as much explosiveness as Neighbors.
I'm not talking about the route tree as much as I am the ability to improvise when things break down. Because when you have that volatility at quarterback in Florida State this year, you have to have receivers that can kind of think quickly.
But Keon Coleman didn't have any games of over 100 receiving yards once Jordan Travis got injured. There's a lot of people down on Keon Coleman. I think they're panicking, but at the same time, I feel like it's going to be Neighbors and O'Dunes are going to be the three first receivers off the board.
But I have to throw it out there that due to the situation and the type of quarterback, he would, whether he's taken or not, he would be on the table.
I think he's a long shot. I think he's I think he's a long shot. I think there's like a 5-10% chance he goes here. I think it's pretty much going to be Neighbors or O'Dunes, but we both prefer Neighbors to O'Dunes, right? So let's go with Neighbors.
Oh, yeah. Like, I think it's going to be Neighbors too, but if I just felt that if I didn't
I have Coleman as my wide receiver 4 behind O'Dunes. Okay, I do. But the Jets are in an interesting spot here. They could go O'Dunes, but they already have a ton of weapons. They need offensive line help. I was gonna wait to mock Fuaga, but we're gonna get the Jets a veteran left tackle in free agency and make Fuaga the right tackle. So that's gonna be the plan for protecting Aaron Rodgers. If the Chiefs don't want to pay out the rear end for Donovan Smith, well, what else can the Jets do besides Fuaga? They already have a ton of edge rushers. We can go with Lisa's top player at 3, Terry and Arnold, and upgrade corner. I mean, DJ Reed was not a liability in the secondary, but Terry and Arnold or Quinion Mitchell or any of those corners would be upgrades over DJ Reed. You can move Reed to the nickel, and make a really good secondary even better. That's an option. It's not a great option, but it is an option.
Yeah, well, let's be honest here. As much as we were talking about some of these teams with offensive line injuries last year and how much it hurt them, the Jets had to be head and shoulders above everybody else.
Yeah.
So that's what makes this difficult.
And Fuaga,
because you know they need offensive line help, but because of all their injuries, what would their offensive line have looked like had it stayed healthy? And where would they go with that? That's the big question that we have to look at there, because we want to give them the offensive line help, but how would it have looked had they stayed healthy? Because we really couldn't evaluate.
Here's under contract Elijah Vera Tucker, Lakin Tomlinson, you're under contract, Joe Tippin. You have Max Mitchell. You have Carter Warren. And that's pretty much it. So you have Mitchell and Warren. You're going to have to play one of those two at left tackle and one of those two at right tackle if you take a lineman here. You're going to be starting both of those guys at left and right tackle if you don't pick a lineman here.
I also think you have to look at Fuaga from Oregon.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I had three defensive players, blue chip players, and Fuaga dominated Latu. So if Latu's a blue chip player, then we got to put Fuaga in that category as well. And I have Fuaga as my pick for the Jets at 10. Fuaga, Oregon State. I think we're both in agreement that's the pick.
Yeah, I would either say Fuaga or Latham. So which one do you think is the more important need?
I think Fuaga. They're both right tackles, Joey. They're both right tackles. But Fuaga has the higher ceiling.
I think he's athletic enough that he can potentially move to left.
I don't. I think they're both right tackles only.
Yeah, but I think you're looking at Aaron Rodgers. He's older. You're going to need a more athletic tackle. And I think Fuaga is mountain of a man, strong, athletic. I think he's a better run blocker. And with Rodgers coming off the injury he's coming off of, with his age, you're going to need that running game.
Honestly, I think with Fuaga, Breece Hall can exceed 2,000 rushing yards. As crazy as that's going to sound, I think with Fuaga as his right tackle, I think 2,000 rushing yards for Breece Hall is very realistic.
I can say 1,300, but I don't put him in that. I think we both agree Fuaga's pick, but I don't put Hall in that same category as I would with McCaffrey and when Nick Chubb gets healthy.
He can get there, though, with Fuaga. He can get there with Fuaga. That's what I'm saying. He's not there now, but I think he can get there. And the NFL is a game of projection. The NFL is not a game of where is the player right now. It is what the player can become. That is the whole purpose of the draft, Joey. There's a lot of people that didn't think Nick Chubb would become as good as he was with the Browns, but we thought that was horseshit. We thought Chubb was going to kick ass.
I'm not saying that Hall can't get there. I'm just saying, the Jets already have him, so, if he gets there, amazing, great, we love it. But, don't.
I'm saying he'll get there. I'm saying he could get there next year with Fuaga, but I don't think there's a guarantee he stays there because once Aaron Rodgers retires, teams will just stack the box and dare the QB to beat him.
That's also true.
So, well, we both have Fuaga at 10.
Future on one offensive player, one offensive tackle, just kind of like.
All right, I've already locked in Fuaga at 10. So the Vikings are up at 11. Do you like any of these QBs enough to pick them at 11 if Kirk Cousins leaves? I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to leave personally. So this is a tough spot. The Vikings are losing a lot of edge rushers, Joey. They are. They lose Daniel Hunter. They lose Marcus Davenport. They lose DJ Wanham. So all of the Vikings' top 4 edge rushers are gone. They don't have a starting or backup edge rusher. My favorite edge rusher in this group is Jared Verse out of Florida State, but Dallas Turner's considered the top pass rusher. I get that. I get why Jason Bannell's saying that, but Dallas Turner was a liability against the run against Texas. And I just feel like Verse and Latu are both more complete players. And I like Verse the most of the 3. So my choice is going to be Jared Verse. If you like Turner or Latu more than Verse, please speak up and we'll flip a coin to decide what edge rusher the Vikings pick at 11. They could also go Terry and Arnold or Quinion Mitchell if they wanted a corner. Because right now, with Byron Murphy gone, your number one corner is going to be the Missouri corner. I forget his name, but he was the corner out of Missouri, third round pick. Vikings cornerbacks. I mean the Vikings have the Missouri corner. I'm just looking at the Vikings corners. I'm looking at the Vikings corners here, Joey. Give me a second. Caleb Evans, Andrew Booth Jr., and Mekhi Blackman are your top three corners. Are you sold on all three of those corners as starters? I'm sold on Blackman as a starter. I was sold on Booth Jr. coming out of Clemson, but he got drafted ahead of a Caleb Evans and lost a starting cornerback spot to a Caleb Evans. And a Caleb Evans, he's a decent nickel corner. He can be your number two, but I feel like last year he was the nickel guy. Caleb Evans is a decent nickel, but that's his ceiling. I mean, last year, Byron Murphy was your number one corner and Blackman was your number two. I think Blackman can be the number one corner, but I'm just not sold on Evans or Booth as a number two yet. So if you want a number two corner right now, you can certainly make the argument for Terry and Arnold, Nate Wiggins, or Quinion Mitchell here. So I think this picks an edge rusher or a corner at 11. The question is, what direction do you go in? You could also take Tyler Guyton or J.C. Latham if you want to cut Brian O'Neill with his injury history. That's also on the table. And cutting him makes sense because you're going to have to pay all these guys. You're going to have to pay Jefferson. You're going to have to pay Darsaw. So if you want to bite the bullet with Brian O'Neill and his injury history, he's been injured the last 2 years. Fully healthy up until that point. He's a good right tackle. He's a top 20 right tackle. Top 15 right tackle. But at the same time, he's not a top 5 or top 10 right tackle. He's a top 15 right tackle. So do you want to keep him or do you want to bite the bullet, eat his contract, and just reload with another tackle and a rookie deal? I think this picks either an edge rusher, a tackle, or a corner. You could also take Jerzon Newton if you want interior guy. So there's a lot of options the Vikings can go in. And you could take a quarterback too, but I just don't think they're going to pick a quarterback because there's not that blue chip quarterback on the board, and there's a lot of blue chip value still in the draft.
Yeah. I was actually looking at a couple guys. Neither one of them were an edge rusher. Jerzon Newton, I was looking at Quinton Mitchell, cornerback at Toledo.
Yeah.
And I was looking at
I've got an A- grade on Quinion Mitchell, man, zone, and press coverage. A- or higher on. He's the only cornerback I have an A- or higher grade on in man, zone, and press in this year's draft. And he showed he's a blue chip player at the Senior Bowl. So, I'm cool with Newton or Mitchell here. The Vikings.
So in this situation, I would go with Mitchell simply because of playmaking ability and being able to shut down the pass, which is in this NFL pretty dumb.
I would go with an edge rusher here, and I'll pull up the Vikings contracts one more time to review and double check my information. Then we'll flip a coin because this is a pick Joey and I agree on, but we disagree on the pick for different reasons. And they're both valid reasons. I mean, Daniel Hunter's a UFA, so is Anthony Barr, so is Jay Wanham, and so is Davenport. And Bullard's a UFA as well, so is James Lynn. You're going to have Harrison Phillips back at 34 right end, Dean Lowry back at 34 left end, and Jacqueline Roy. So the Vikings are going to have their defensive line back. So Jacqueline Roy stepped in at nose tackle in relief of Kairos Tonga, who's an RFA. So, yeah, the Vikings, I would argue the Vikings are pretty stable on the defensive line. It's edge rusher and corner that are the two big glaring needs. Because I like Becton. I think he can be a number one, and at the very worst, he's a high-end number two corner. But I think Booth and Caleb Evans are both nickel corners at best. So that's the problem if Byron Murphy leaves. So Edge, I'm going to nominate Jared Verse. You're going to nominate Quinion Mitchell. We'll flip another coin, and that'll decide who goes at 11. Call it in the air. Do you want tail again, or do you want heads this time?
Give me tails.
Tails never fails. It's heads. So Jared Verse is the pick for Minnesota. This is going to get interesting here at 12 because you can make a case for Quinion Mitchell. You can make a case for Rome Odunze. You can make a case for the Broncos drafting a quarterback. 12 just feels too early for a quarterback, but if there's any quarterback equipped to combat the altitude in Denver, it is probably Michael Penix Jr. You know, he's probably the guy who's best equipped to combat that weather. And you can make an argument for Latu as well, or Newton. So you can make an argument for Latu, Newton, Odunze, Dallas Turner, or Quinion Mitchell. There's a number of guys you can make the argument for.
Yeah, at that point, I would go with Dallas Turner. Big dude, 245 pounds. I'm not sure what the Broncos do.
I like Latu better because Turner's a liability against the run, and Latu had multiple seasons with double-digit sacks. So I like Latu better more than Turner personally, but at the same time, with Rome Odunze still on the board, I almost feel like you have to pass on a quarterback here, even with Russell Wilson. If you want Penix, you can trade back into the first round and get him.
You could probably get Penix without even moving in the second round. So,
let me look at the Broncos picks first, Joey. Let me look and see where the Broncos are picking again before we make a decision. Broncos next pick after pick 12. I made the simulator 2 rounds. The Broncos do not have a second round pick. They don't. So
okay,
that does change things. Honestly, I feel like a trade down would be appropriate here. But who would be willing to move up at this point? Because a trade down does make the most sense here. If the Broncos don't have a second round pick, they're not coming out of this thing without a QB. A trade down almost makes too much sense, but I want to try to avoid trades. Okay, since the Broncos don't have a second round pick, I am going to go Michael Penix, but it's only because the Broncos don't have a second round pick, or we can go Rome Odunze. Honestly, Odunze is a more realistic projection because you'll have Courtland Sutton and Odunze replacing Jerry Jeudy. Let me look at the Broncos contract situation, though, because I'm almost certain the Broncos are going to keep both receivers and buy out Russell Wilson, even if it costs them cap money, which I think is dumb. Let's look. Yeah, the Broncos pretty much out and said we're going to move on from Russell Wilson. I just don't trust Jarrett Stidham or Ben DiNucci. Courtland Sutton's contract runs through 26. Jerry Jeudy has one more year on his contract than UFA. So does Patrick, who I think is going to be bought out of his deal. Jeudy could get bought out of his deal, but I think Jeudy will end up staying for one more year. So even though the Broncos need a receiver, I don't think Judy's a buyout candidate because you don't really gain or lose any cap money by buying out Jerry Jeudy. There have been rumors he could get traded, but honestly, I don't think he's the guy. And, you know, it's going to be interesting. Jerry.
It's like Odunze is a guy I think you would have to look at because he is a contested catcher. He is 6'3". He is a guy that everybody says 4'3". I don't think he's going to run that fast. Just watching him on the field. But
I'm gonna go with Penix because the Broncos only have one pick. The Broncos only have one pick. I do think Penix is a massive reach here at 12, but the Broncos only have one pick, and there's no telling what route they're going to go at quarterback. I mean, are they going to go for somebody in free agency? Are they going to swing big with Kirk Cousins? Like, what are they going to do? I don't think Albright's basically come out and said they're not in a position where they can swing big for a quarterback in free agency. So, I think
Michael
Penix is the only quarterback in this class that can combat the weather in Denver. Maybe Rattler, but Rattler's not a guy you pick here. But I think Penix is the guy who's best equipped to combat the altitude in Denver.
But he is a project. Fortunately for the Broncos, the one thing I can say that would be able to speak for them on this is that they're rebuilding. So if they get a project that they can stash for 6 to 12 games, and then bring in.
But they're not going to do that.
Might be able to do it.
Penix will probably start over Stidham if you don't bring in a free agent. But the Broncos just don't have a lot of cap space. They're over the cap. And if they cut Wilson, they're going to be even more over the cap. So it's like, that's why you're seeing all these mock drafts that Dick Brugler and Jeremiah do at Bo Nix at 12. But I like Penix more than Nix. I think Nix may have the best floor outside of Drake May. But I also think he has the lowest ceiling of all 6 QBs. So that's my objection. And I don't think Nix translates well to Denver.
Well at the Senior Bowl. Nix did play pretty well at the Senior Bowl, but it's during practice they didn't play well. They didn't show out well. They didn't show that they could do it long, at least short term.
Yeah.
At the NFL level, through practices. So.
And if you look past Penix, Senior Bowl and you look at the tape, I do see a quarterback that can go in the first round. I know 12 is a reach, but I don't think Denver has the money to go out and get a Baker Mayfield or Kirk Cousins if they cut Russell Wilson. They could trade for Justin Fields, but they might have to give up 12 to get Fields, and I don't think they're willing to do that without a second-round pick. So that really puts them in a tough spot where they might have to reach for one of these quarterbacks at 12. So I'm going to go Penix because of that, because they don't have a second-round pick. If they had a second-round pick, I would take best player on the board, because I think there is far better talent on the board compared to Penix. We're both in agreement on that. There is far better talent.
But let's face it, there's a reason that since Walmart bought the Broncos, we're going to call them the Great Value Broncos.
I will call the coin toss here. I will call tails.
This is a great value pick.
I'm going to call tails. If it lands on tails, it's Penix. If it's heads, it's Dallas Turner. Joey's pick. Is it heads or tails? I called tails. It is tails. Michael Penix Jr. goes to Denver at 12. Yeah. So we have 5 QBs off the board in the top 12. And
it's a terrible pick, but it's a pick that should be expected from a great value team.
And the Broncos are one of these teams where they don't have the money to go out and get a stopgap in free agency. And I just think Penix is better equipped to handle the altitude a mile high than Bo Nix. So that is the thought process there. And if the Broncos had a second-round pick, I would have gone a different direction, because I think there are better value players available. No question. All right, the Raiders at 13. My candidate for number 13 is actually a surprise player. I'm going with Tyler Guyton, but I do have Jerzon Newton as my second choice. But Newton and Guyton are my top 2 choices. And I think Newton fits that profile really well. I also think I also like Guyton here. If the Raiders want to get a right tackle to replace Illuminor, I think Tyler Guyton's a good choice too. But those are my top two choices, Joey. What are your thoughts on those two candidates for the Raiders at 13?
Yeah, I like Guyton. I think he has the potential to go in this spot. Big thing with me, though, is injuries. Does have an injury history. I was reading an article.
No sacks allowed in 2023, and I just feel like he has a better chance of becoming a blue chip tackle than Latham. So that would be the thought process.
It look like the Raiders are going to go with O'Connell this year.
So in that case, I would go Guyton, because I think if you don't bring back Illuminor, you're stuck with the Thayer Munford Jr. out of Ohio State, who's not a bad right tackle, but I would rather have someone with a higher ceiling at right tackle. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, it's like, for me, this either has to be offensive tackle or wide receiver.
I don't think wide receiver is in play, because you have Jacoby Myers, Devontae Adams under contract. You have Renfro under contract. So logistically, I can't see a receiver here for that reason. It's either Guyton or Newton, but I think we're in agreement on Guyton at 13 as the preferred choice.
Yeah.
All right.
Guyton definitely has all the physical tools. My only question is his health and whether he will be able to act.
Saints are in a tough spot here because they can't get out of the Michael Thomas contract. They're stuck with Thomas for one more year. I do think Romo Dunes would be a long-term upgrade over Michael Thomas. I also like all of the Saints corners, Paulson Adebo, Alante Taylor, and all of the Saints corners had 10 or more deflections. Lattimore, Adebo, and Alante Taylor all had 10 or more deflections. But their edge rushers couldn't get any pressure on the quarterback. So I do like Latham and Mims, but the only reason I'd pick one of them here is because right tackle Ryan Ramczyk has had some knee injuries, and they're saying he could end up with career-ending knee surgery. That's the speculation in New Orleans. So that's why a tackle's in play here. I think the edge rushers provide more value. I think both Latu and Dallas Turner provide more value than Latham. But Latham is the best tackle on the board. You could also go Jerzon Newton here. So,
and we also have to look at Michael Thomas. There's been speculation that he's not going to be back at wide receiver. So how does that affect things if that comes to pass?
Yeah. Michael Thomas basically blamed Derek Carr for bad ball. And then there was the Michael Thomas arrest. You know, I don't know if the Saints can buy him out of his contract yet. So let's look at the contract here.
That's my big question is, you know, he's barely played over the last.
No, they can't. They would lose $6 million in cap space. They would lose $5 million more. $5.777 million if they buy him out. They'll lose that money. So they can't buy him out. But I do think he gives you at the very worst, he's your slot receiver for 1 year, and then he comes in and takes over as the number 2. And then you have Olave on a rookie deal for, well, this is Olave. Next year will be Olave's 3rd year, but you can basically, once you move on from Michael Thomas in 2025, you can pay Olave what Thomas is making, and you'll have another receiver on a rookie deal if you take O'Dunes. So there's a lot of good options here at 14 with the Saints, but there's not a definitive one.
And I think the Saints are in a position where they're trying to just move on from the previous years, the Sean Payton years. But the problem is they have all these contracts, and you can't move on from all of them at once.
I don't think you can move on from any of them. Cameron Jordan, you can't cut him until 2025. You gave Carl Granderson a 3-year extension. You can't move on from him. They're pretty much stuck with where they're at right now. And I get that John Vogel suggested they go edge rusher. I don't disagree with the thought process, but they extended Granderson, which pretty much means they probably won't pick an edge rusher. They still have Peyton Turner under contract. They drafted Foskey in the 2nd round last year. I don't think they go edge rusher. I'm not opposed to mocking one here, but at the same time, I'm not opposed to them taking one here, but there's just a number of different routes they can go, and it really just depends on what route they want to go in.
Yeah, because I'm thinking either Latham or Newton. Just on Newton.
I like Newton. I like Newton here. I don't like Latham here. Latham from a need standpoint fits, but I just don't think he has the upside that Newton has. I don't think he has the upside the edge rushers have. I don't think he has the upside Rome Odunze or Quinion Mitchell has. So for that reason, I'm leaning Jerzon Newton here at 14.
You want to plug that one in?
Yeah, since we seem to agree on Newton, we'll go that route. Colts at 15. This is interesting because it's not like the Colts need an edge rusher. They do have Samson Ekubom for one more year. They do have Kwity Paye, but I feel like Latu Latu could come in and win the right end job over Kwity Paye. That is how much I like Latu Latu. I think him or Dallas Turner would beat out Kwity Paye for the 43 right end job, causing Paye to move over to left end, and then you'd have Deo Odiingbo and Samson Ekubom as edge rushers for depth in that situation. Could also go corner. Colts, Dallas Flowers couldn't stay healthy at corner. They did cut the former. They had Isaiah. They did have Isaiah. I forget his name. He got busted for gambling. They had a corner who got cut for gambling. Really effective, but got cut for gambling. So, like, you know, I'm thinking Latu here. Latu would be my pick, but I'm also on board with Quinion Mitchell. I know you like Dallas Turner. He's still there. We could get Rome Odunze and get another weapon for Richardson. You know, like, I know the Colts have Michael Pittman Jr. and they're going to pay him, but you could keep Josh Downs in the slot and you'd have 2 really good weapons on rookie deals. I don't think the Colts pick Odunze here personally, but it wouldn't be a bad pick.
I thought the perfect player for the Colts right here would have been Jerzon Newton, but obviously he went a pick earlier. That being said, they've got a good running game, got a great young quarterback. I believe you have to support that. And with that type of young offense,
you do have Alec Pierce still on a rookie deal, but I view Alec Pierce as more of a bench player. I had a backup grade on Alec Pierce coming out of Temple, and I did give Alec Pierce a chance. No, Alec Pierce went to Cincinnati with Desmond Ridder, but I did give him a chance, and he showed promise in his rookie year, but he regressed this year to the point where it felt like he's the number 3 guy. Even though he's the number 2 receiver in 2 wide receiver sets, it felt like Downs was the number 2 guy, and the number 1 guy was Pittman. And it just felt like Alec Pierce was the odd man out. Even though he's still technically a starter.
I was thinking the best way to support that young offense is to give them the ball back as much as possible. I was thinking Terry and Arnold.
I like Quinion Mitchell a little bit more personally, but I know everybody else has Arnold as cornerback 1. But I like Quinion Mitchell a little bit more personally.
Yeah.
But my first choice would be Latu. My first choice would be Latu.
I was thinking Arnold's basketball background and how springy he is to be able to get balls.
All right, we'll flip a coin here. I'm going to go with heads this time. If I'm wrong and it's tails again, that means Joey gets to call the coin toss. That does not count. The coin dropped out of my hand and landed on heads. That was not a flip. That does not count.
Something like a landed on the computer.
Okay, that is heads. So I will go with Leatu Latu wins the coin toss. So Leatu Latu is a Colt. I mean, so
Not a bad pick.
all right, number 16, Seattle is up on the board. Oh man, this is crazy. We got Romo Dunes is still on the board. So is I mean, the Seahawks can buy out Tyler Lockett, and then just they'd have DK Metcalf and Jackson Smith-Njigba on a rookie deal. I mean, this is kind of a worst case scenario for Seattle. You could go Dallas Turner here. You could go. The Seahawks are already loaded at corner. Weatherspoon. You have Tariq Woolen. You have Kobe Turner. You have Michael Jackson. Seahawks are already loaded at corner. This is tough.
I was thinking of dudes. First thing they popped up.
Yeah.
That was my first thought.
Yeah.
My follow O'Dunes.
I do love O'Dunes as a fit, but I just don't know if the Seahawks want two receivers on rookie deals.
Why not? Especially if they're good impact receivers. I mean, worked for the Bengals.
Yeah, it did. Okay, so because right now the Seahawks have Lockett and Metcalf under contract till 2026, but they can buy out either guy. And Tony Mario said the Seahawks like $14.5 million if they buy Lockett. So we gotta double check that. It's not around there, but it's close to there. It's $8 million. Seahawks would save $8 million if they cut Lockett this year, and they would save $16.9 million if they cut him next year. I think they might try to cut him in 2025. Well, let's look at Tyler Lockett's numbers. Because he's 31, 32 right now. Okay, 79 receptions, 894 yards, 5 receiving touchdowns. Yeah. And he's 31. He'll turn 32 this year as well. So, yeah, and Lockett's only 5'10", 182. Romo Dunes is much taller than Lockett. And you'd have two big body receivers, and then you'd have Jackson Smith-Njigba can stay in the slot. I know it's not a popular pick, but Seattle, they can get a local receiver. And you'd have Smith-Njigba needs to be better in 2024. 63 receptions, 628 yards, 4 touchdowns. And then you get a local player. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to Romo Dunes, but I also feel like Seattle's going to go with an edge rusher. I don't know why. Chen Nwosu. O'Dunes is the best player. Let's just go with O'Dunes. I mean, I'm not really arguing at that point. He belongs in the top 16. We'll go with him. All right, the Jaguars at 17. I think I like Quinion Mitchell as my number one corner. But I also think Keon Coleman's a fit. So
they have to get a good safety to pair.
They got Cisco.
They had a lot of trouble last year.
They got Cisco under contract.
They had a lot of trouble.
Well, they have Rayshon Jenkins. I don't think the Jaguars can buy him out of his contract yet.
He was not good last year.
Let's look at the contract, Joey. I'm not opposed to your thought process. I'm just saying, okay, the Jaguars can get out of this contract. He's in the final year of his deal, but he would only save $5 million pre-June 1st. So $5,140,000. You could save $9 million if you release him post-June 1st, but if you release him pre-June 1st, you only save $5 million. I think with the Jaguars, they're going to see if they can get an upgrade. They're going to see if they can get an upgrade over Jenkins in the draft. And if they can't, they're probably going to keep him for one more year. That's probably going to be the default thought process.
Yeah, he gave up a lot of big plays last year in passing for that Jags defense. It's like whenever the quarterback got in trouble, they just threw it his way.
And I think the safeties in day 2 are better than Cooper DeJean. That's just my 2 cents. But I could see the thought process. So Cooper DeJean is your pick. I'm going to go with either Keon Cole.
Really high on DeJean, so.
Quinion Mitchell's my top corner. But I could see Keon Coleman. I mean, Tyson Campbell's going to be back. So is Darius Williams. Quinion Mitchell would be replacing Trey Norwood in like a nickel. Not Trey Norwood. He'd be replacing the Jaguars' nickel corner. I feel like wide receiver. Yeah, I'm going to go Keon Coleman for that reason. So my pick is going to be Keon Coleman. Your pick is going to be Cooper DeJean. All right. Heads or tails? I'm going to go with tails this time. Let's see what happens. It is tails. Damn, I'm lucky. Third coin toss in a row. I've won. So, I clicked on Quinion Mitchell instead of Keon Coleman. Oh, well.
That's not a bad pick. So I'm not going to be,
And,
I won't argue that.
Quinion Mitchell's my top corner. So it's like, and the Jaguars are probably not going to have the cap space to keep both Tyson Campbell and the other corner that dominated last year, Darius Williams.
Yeah.
They're not going to have the cap space to keep both of those guys. So in hindsight, it's not a horrible pick. And you can argue that Quinion Mitchell's more of a blue chip player than Keon Coleman. So logistically, it's actually a better pick than Coleman. He might fill a bigger need. Logistically, Mitchell's a better pick. I'm closer to becoming a blue chip player, so it's not a horrible pick.
Here's the thing. You always say that the last image is that you see is the one that you always remember. And I'll always remember from last year watching a game that could put the Jags into the playoffs at the number 4 spot. And Allen, those 2 big pass rushers who had 36 combined sacks, both barreling down on the quarterback. He turns around, he throws the ball up where the safety and the number 2 corner are supposed to be guarding somebody, and it's a first down catch. And I will look at that. I remember looking down, I'm like, who the hell is actually supposed to be guarding the receivers out?
Because Tyson Campbell was injured on 3 different occasions, and Darius Williams finished number 1 among all corners on Pro Football Focus last year. So I trust those 2. I think their nickel corner is a free agent, though.
Yeah, so it's like, it's always...
No, it's like, it is. It is.
It's always that last moment.
It is.
Remember, and that's what I remember. So it's like...
It is. It is. I'm just trying to, maybe I'm making...
You never agreed with me so wholeheartedly before. I feel so rough at the moment.
No, I'm instead of it's like. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm just trying to provide more clarity. But the thing is, Montaric Brown did well last year. And who's the free agent? Trey Herndon. Trey Herndon's a free agent. Trey Herndon wasn't bad. And Montaric Brown did well in relief of Herndon. But I think he's more of a number 4 corner who you can develop into a nickel corner once you move on from Cisco or once you move on from Williams. That's the thing with Montaric Brown. I think he comes in as the nickel corner next year. So basically this year, Quinion Mitchell would be the nickel to take Tyson Campbell and Darius Williams. But next you pay one of them. The other corner walks and Quinion Mitchell becomes your number 2 corner. And Montaric Brown gets an opportunity to prove he can be a nickel corner in his contract year for a full season. That's kind of where I see the Jaguars as far as their cornerback room is long term, next 1 to 2 years. Because you're not going to be able to pay both of Williams and Campbell. So if you draft Quinion Mitchell...
A lot of people don't realize the problem with the Jags defense for the first time had nothing to do with their interior defensive line or linebackers. It was all that defensive backfield. So improving that, I don't think it...
That's why I went Quinion Mitchell. I won the coin toss, so I got to make the pick, so I went Quinion Mitchell. And we're looking at the contracts for the Jaguars cornerbacks. It was the correct decision because both Tyson Campbell and Darius Williams are UFAs. Trey Herndon's a UFA this year, but it's either Monteric Brown at nickel corner or Quinion Mitchell. And we start Quinion Mitchell out at nickel, then we give him a bigger role in year 2. Once you pay Tyson Campbell or Darius Williams, you give Quinion Mitchell that bigger role as number 2 corner, and then Monteric Brown gets an opportunity to be the nickel corner after playing decent in a few games in relief of Herndon or Tyson Campbell or whoever, you know? So that was the thought process.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, the Bengals are up at 18. Keon Coleman would be a perfect replacement to T. Higgins. I also like the idea of J.C. Latham as a replacement to Jonah Williams. They're both, but I'm leaning Coleman. I think Coleman is slightly more upside. Do you like Coleman in this spot, or do you want to go a different direction?
The Bengals are interesting because I've heard that they're going to franchise T. Higgins, but then I've heard they're not going to franchise T. Higgins.
Technically, they could give him a 3-year extension. They could give him a 3-year extension and release him after 2 years, because the money that Joe Burrow makes isn't going to kick in until 2024, and the money Chase makes isn't going to kick in until 2025, 2026. So if you give Higgins a 3-year extension, you can move on from him after 2 years unless you win a Super Bowl the next 2 years. And if you do, then you let him play out his contract and move on from him after that. So that's kind of my thought process here. Or you can franchise tag him both times if you won't agree to a deal. So, you know.
Yeah, because I like Keon Coleman.
But if he gets franchise tagged, it's going to be a tackle here. I think we agree on that.
Yeah, definitely do. But you also have to look at Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU.
I do not like Brian Thomas Jr. Too many drops on tape. I have a 2nd-round grade on him. Now, I'll go back and do a film cut of him versus Alabama, but I get more of a Buster Davis or Dwayne Bowe vibe with him than I do a Justin Jefferson or a Jamar Chase vibe. You know, that's my only issue with Brian Thomas. He's talented, but at the same time, I think he's closer to Dwayne Bowe or Craig Buster Davis than he is Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. And that's my reason for picking him in the 2nd round instead of the 1st. I don't think he's terrible, but you can understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I can. My terrible thought of putting him in that process is the Bengals have, for some reason, been bringing in people from LSU and that region on their roster. So, and it has paid dividends.
Yeah, but I think Keon Coleman makes more sense here. Florida State walloped LSU in the opener. So I got Coleman here. So you leading Coleman, or you got a... All right, so we're not going to do a coin flip. We're going to go Coleman. Coleman is the pick. Okay, the Rams are up here. We could go with a corner, or we could go with an edge rusher, or we could defensive tackle. I feel like Dallas... I like Michael Hawk, but I feel like Dallas Turner's an upgrade over him. And I would go Dallas Turner.
Yeah, let's go Turner here.
Steelers are up at 20. I do think Bo Nix is an upgrade over Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph, but I don't think the Steelers are going to draft a quarterback. I think they're either going to trade this pick to Chicago for Justin Fields, or they're going to take the best player on their board. I like Troy Franklin, but historically speaking, the Steelers do not draft receivers in the 1st round. Day 2 has always been the sweet spot for Steeler receivers. We've seen it. Juju, Pickens, Claypool all go in round 2. You know, they do lose Levi. I think the Steelers do have some corners that are UFAs outside of Joey Porter Jr. I'm honestly kind of leaning either Wiggins or Terry and Arnold here. They could go tackle as well. Let's look at the Steelers, because I was more impressed with Terry and Arnold than I was Kool-Aid McKinstry. Yeah, I'm looking at the Steelers here. They're gonna tender. They're gonna use a 5th-year tender on Najee Harris. They did cut Okorafor, so they're gonna go with Dan Moore Jr. and they're gonna go with Dan Moore Jr. and Broderick Jones. But Broderick Jones might move over to left tackle next year, or they might keep him at right tackle for one more year and then play him at left tackle full time in 2025. But I do think tackle's in play. Cam Hayward's in a contract year. You're going to have to renegotiate his deal, I think, after he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. An award he earned, by the way, after spending $5,000 of canned food at my mom's Giant Eagle grocery store that she works at. So he did earn that Walter Payton award. You can say what you want about TJ Watt, his reaction for Defensive Player of the Year, but Cam Hayward earned his Walter Payton Man of the Year award. So I don't want to hear any disrespectful comments about Hayward, because he earned that award.
I have never said will say anything more about Cam Hayward. He and his family are some of the most stand-up people in that the NFL has had over the last 40 years. So, out of every Steelers player there's been over the last 30, the Haywards are one group of people with glowing reviews from me. So you'll never hear a bad thing out of my mouth about Cam Hayward.
Steelers can save $6.8 million if they cut Patrick Peterson. They do have Peterson under contract for one more year, but if they cut him now, they save $6.8 million. I feel like Peterson's the next guy they will end up cutting. They've already cut Trubisky, Okorafor, and Presley Harvin. I do think Peterson is the next guy on the chopping block for the Steelers. But I think it's more likely to be a 6-1 release rather than a pre-March 1st release. I think it's going to be a post-June release for Peterson.
Another one I feel that could potentially be cut would be Hightower.
They just extended him.
I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think that'll probably happen next year.
I don't think they can get out of that contract. Let me look at.
I said next year. I think they can get out of it next year.
No, he's under contract till 2028. He might be locked in until 2020 when Watt's deal is up. No, he has an out in 2025. Actually, they can cut him this year, but they'd only save $1.8 million or $1.1 million. So not worth it if you're getting that little back.
No, not at this point.
Now, if you released him post June 1st, you'd save over $10 million, but you'd have to draft another edge rusher in order to do that. And frankly, I just don't think there's an edge. Oh, you like Chop Robinson? If you draft Chop Robinson here, if you draft him here, you can cut Highsmith post June 1st and pretty much reload.
Yeah, because that was my thought. Because, one thing that the Steelers always had, they always had those two outside pass rushers and the big man inside.
Yeah.
And I think if you're going to cut one of them, which I think Hightower is prime real estate for, you can bring in...
Because Watt's deal runs through 2026. TJ Watt is a 2026 UFA, so if you want to renegotiate Watt's deal, you almost have to cut Highsmith, as much as I hate to do it. You just gave the guy a 4-year deal, but you're paying Watt $30 million a year, and he's going to want more in 2026. And he's played like he's earned more. I don't think he'll get a lot more, but I think 35 to 40 million is a realistic projection. I think he'll get more than what Nick Bosa got.
Let's face it. One thing we're finding is that he's not as good as his brother was, especially without a running mate. He has to have that running mate. And Chop Robinson, I think, would be a great running mate.
Let me look at the career sacks for Highsmith, because I'm not ready to say he gets cut. I want to look.
Neither am I, but I mean, you gotta. I mean, this is the Steelers we're talking about.
Yeah,
Without those
that's
two
true.
edge rushers, I mean, traditionally, what are they?
If both edge rushers have 10 sacks, I'm going to pick a different player, and we'll have to go to a flip. But I'm looking up Alex Highsmith's total sacks for 23 to see where, because he had over 10 sacks in his pre-contract year. 1, 2, 2.5, 4.5, 6.5, 7, 8, 9. So that looks like it's only 9 sacks this past year. Yeah, this says he only had 7 sacks in 2023 after having 14.5. So he peaked in that 1 year. He peaked in 2022 to get a new contract because Watt was injured. He knew he had to step up and be the man. But once Watt came back, he wasn't the man. He was just a guy who got overpaid, you know. So that's the thing. So, yeah.
It just shows what 2 great pass rushers will do. Because, you know, so.
I still prefer the idea of picking a corner here and trying to keep Highsmith and Watt as long as possible. But if you draft an edge rusher on a rookie deal, then it really, and you hit on the pick, it really does open up more opportunities for the Steelers as far as how they can spend their money goes.
Yeah, and they are always 1 year ahead, which is why they've always been able to keep that great defense. They're always 1 year ahead of the curve. And that, you know, that would be a perfect 1 year ahead of the curve pick.
Yeah. Yeah, if Chop Robinson's sack numbers are impressive, because he's projected to run a 4.4 40 time. His 40 time is going to be faster than Highsmith's. I can pretty much tell you that much. And Chop Robinson is a good scheme fit for what the Steelers want to do.
And he has a body where he potentially put on an extra 10 pounds of muscle. Just, you know, 230, 235 pounds. So.
He's 6'3", 254. So he's already put on that much muscle.
Yeah. So
yeah.
You know, there it goes. You know, he's already done it.
Okay, he only had 4 sacks. So I do love his athletic traits, but he only had 4 sacks this year. I wish, that's according to ESPN. I wish we could get the tackles for loss. CFB Stats is a way better site than ESPN, but I'm leaning towards he had 19 total tackles. Doesn't say let's look at, I don't want ESPN. I want college football stats. It's a better site in my opinion because college football stats, you get the deflections, you get the 7.5 tackles for a loss, 5 QB hurries. I'm leaning towards a corner here. I'm leaning towards Arnold or Wiggins here. So we will have a coin flip, but I'm not sure if I like Arnold or Wiggins. I like Arnold a little bit more. So I'll go Arnold here. You'll go with Chop Robinson. Let's see. I'm going to go tails here. It's heads. I mean, there was no like flip, but we'll count that and you'll get to do the next coin flip because I don't want to turn into a coin hog. So Chop Robinson is the pick after careful deliberation here. One rumor I've heard is one rumor I have heard, Joey, is that the Dolphins are going to buy out Xavier Howard if he does not take a pay cut. Honestly, Xavier Howard is the best corner on that team. I like him a little bit more than Jalen Ramsey, but the Dolphins made a significant investment in Ramsey, and he stepped up. He was the hotter corner of the 2 corners. He's the corner with more momentum down the stretch last year. So I do understand the thought process. And hey, Terry and Arnold's still on the board at 21. as much as I like the idea of bringing in Jackson Powers Johnson, who I do have a first-round grade on, it's like, if the Dolphins cut Xavier Howard, they have to draft a corner here. They have to, in my opinion. So I say this is either a corner or Jackson Powers Johnson if the Dolphins believe they're going to keep both corners. But, Xavier Howard could be on the chopping block. And if he is, I think you go corner here. Miami Herald, is a divorce at the cornerback position imminent?
Yeah, because I think in this situation, Terry Arnold from Alabama, Nate Wiggins from Clemson.
They're both steals at this late in the draft. And Xavier Howard is 30 years old, 235 days old. He does have a buyout in his contract this year, but you would only save $2.8 million. It's not a lot, but it's the first year you can actually buy him out. You'd only save $2.8 million post pre-June 1st. But if you cut, this is the big caveat, Joey. Post June 1st released $18.5 million. Pre-June 1st, $2.8 million. So the Dolphins are going to keep Howard on the roster until post June 1st. And if they get a corner in the first round and house them in OTAs and rookie minicamps, they'll probably cut Howard then and there post June 1st. That clears $18.5 million in cap space. That's how much you're going to need in order to extend Tua without going over the cap. That is exactly the number they're going to need to get their salary cap under control. So, yeah, 18, that's a big number. I did not realize the post 6-1 release was that big of a number. So, yeah, let's go Terry and Arnold at 21 for Miami. Eagles. This is, I think Jackson Powers Johnson is a great pick here. So I know they do need a corner. I'm not opposed to Nate Wiggins either. I think both of those would be good choices here. But Jackson Powers Johnson dominated the Senior Bowl, but him or Wiggins would be my choice here. It just depends on what the Eagles do with Bradbury. And if the Eagles want to keep both Landon Dickerson and Juergens at guard, then drafting Jackson Powers Johnson is a necessary evil here at 22. Yeah.
I mean, they got to do something. I mean, that would be irresponsible for them to go into the season after just losing one of the best centers in the NFL over the last decade and not address the situation.
Yeah. And as much as I want to replace Bradbury, you got to get another center to replace Kelsey if you want to keep Landon Dickerson and you want to keep Landon Dickerson and your other guard, Cam Juergens at guard, then you got to draft Jackson Powers Johnson. You just have to. Pretty open and shut case, really. Yeah. So Texans are up at 23. This is interesting because the Texans, they got a few options here. They could go Latham. I don't know what George Fant's contract looks like. Honestly, I really like Troy Franklin here. But I've got to see what else is on the table. I got to see who the UFAs are. Latham could be a good right tackle here because the Texans just had a lot of turnover at right tackle last year. Dalton Schultz is a UFA. You could go, I think it's a little too early for a tight end. Okay, you're going to have Tunsil back. You're going to have Titus Howard back. You're going to have Kenyon Green back, Shaq Mason, Juice Scruggs. All 5 of those starters are going to be back. George Fant is a UFA. You could go with J.C. Latham. If you want to keep Titus Howard inside at guard, but with Kenyon Green healthy and Titus Howard healthy, I think you can choose. I think you can wait until the 3rd or 4th round for an offensive tackle if you're the Texans. I do. Latham is a good player, a good value pick at this point. Could also go with Byron Murphy. Could also go Murphy. I've got a second-round grade in Byron Murphy, but he's gained a lot of first-round traction. And with Sheldon Rankins being a UFA, you are going to need somebody next to Malik Collins. I could see the Texas, a hometown guy like Byron Murphy here. Makes a lot of sense. It really does when you look at it in hindsight. Denzel Perriman's a UFA. We could go Jeremiah Trotter Jr. You do have Christian Harris. You have Henry To'oTo'o, who had gained some experience as a starter, started 5 games. And you do need corner here. Steven Nelson, your number 2 corner, is a UFA. Tavier Thomas, your nickel corner, is a UFA. I really like Nate Wiggins here as a Robin to Derek Stingley Jr.'s Batman. I'm sold on Wiggins as the pick here. I think we go Troy Franklin or Nate Wiggins here if we go for receiver. I think those would be my 2 de facto choices. I'm not opposed to Latham, but he's like my third or fourth. He's like my third or fourth choice here. My top 2 options would be Troy Franklin, Oregon, and Nate Wiggins out of Clemson. Those would be my top 2 choices for the Texans here. And with all the cornerback turnover the Texans have outside of Stingley, don't get me wrong. I think Troy Franklin would, as number 1 with Nico Collins as number 2 and Tank Dell as number 3, would make this offense even more unstoppable. But at the same time, your secondary won't be as good if he,
was the number 1 guy last year
until his injury.
before his injury.
And then you got Nico Collins. So, honestly, I'm leaning Nate Wiggins for that reason. Because you're losing Steven Nelson, you're losing Eric Murphy, Kareem Jackson, Tavier Thomas. You cut the former Shaquille Griffin. You cut him. You cut Desmond King. I am leaning towards Nate Wiggins here, Joey, by the slimmest of margins. I think you can argue Troy Franklin's a better player, but I'm leaning Nate Wiggins by the slimmest of margins because it's a bigger need.
Well, the thing that really gets me about Wiggins is how I'm not sure how he fits there because he is only 170 pounds and the Texans are an aggressive defense, and he's not an aggressive player. I think if you keep him as the number 2 corner.
Well, he would be the number 2 corner. Stingley would be the number 1. He'd be the number 2 corner. That's the thing.
Yeah. So I guess that would work in that scenario.
Yeah, but Stingley does have injury history, so if he misses any games, he is going to be your number 1 corner, and that's where he could be in trouble. But you don't have a nickel corner. You don't have any depth at corner. Logistically, corner is a bigger need than receiver. And I like Troy Franklin, but there's going to be another good receiver in round 2 of this thing. You can't really say that about the cornerbacks, so Nate Wiggins is the pick for me. Dallas is in an interesting spot. They need a left tackle. I like Latham, but he is a right tackle. So is Mims. They need a left tackle with Tyron Smith set to be a UFA. They could also go running back here, but I think it's a little early for that. Byron Murphy could be a pick. Honestly, I kind of like either Patrick. I like Patrick Paul out of Houston in this spot. But I could make a case for Jordan Morgan as well. I think those are fits just based on the need the Dallas Cowboys have. Let's see what the because this is a tough team to pick for at 24. The Cowboys are a really tough team to pick for. And Kern bitched about how bad Alabama's line was versus Texas. So I don't think he wants Latham here, even though he's still on the board. I think Morgan or Patrick Paul would be a good pick for Dallas. Their center's a UFA. We could go with Zach Frazier here, but I just feel like that's a little bit of a reach. Now, if you're still on the board in round 2, that's a slam dunk pick for Dallas. But, I mean, they can't get out of Gallup's contract. Brandon Cooks is a UFA. I'm not sold on Jalen Tolbert or Michael Gallup as the number 2 guy. And if you can't bring back Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael, who's the odd man out in that situation? Because CeeDee Lamb and Prescott are 2025 UFAs, but you're going to have to pay Micah. Micah Parsons is going to get a fifth-year tender for 2025, and then you're going to have to pay him in 2026 and beyond. So Dallas is in a really tough spot because they're currently over the cap. They're like 11 to 14 million over the cap. So they're in a tough spot. They got to get those contracts ironed out. I do think left tackle's a bigger need than wide receiver, but at the same time, it's like if you lose CeeDee Lamb, because I think if Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons if the Cowboys move one of them, I think the guy they would probably move on from is Lamb, unfortunately. I think Jerry Jones does everything in his power to keep all three under contract. But if there's an odd man out, it's Lamb. I think Parsons and Prescott are both going to get priority over Lamb, even though all three deserve to be paid. Okay, we agree all three of those guys deserve to be paid by Dallas. But if you pay all three of those guys, it means you're letting Tyron Smith walk. I think Patrick Paul had a better Senior Bowl than Jordan Morgan. So for me, he's in the first round conversation at this point. I like Patrick Paul out of Houston here, especially if you keep Tyler Smith at left guard. You could also go with the center, but I'm thinking Patrick Paul, Houston. But my second choice would be Troy Franklin. Other players, you could go with Neville Gallimore's a free agent. So is Jonathan Hankins. If you let both of those guys walk, you have Odigizua for one more year and Mozzie Smith. You could get another tackle for depth, but I don't think it's a big need right now. So you could also go Jeremiah Trotter Jr. if you want to replace. No, Leighton Vander Esch team-friendly deal. So he's under contract for one more year. $4.3 million. Not that much. So Leighton Vander Esch agreed to under $5 million because of his injury history. I think Vander Esch is a guy who's worth $7.5 million when fully healthy, but he agreed to a deal for under $5 million. So it's like, I guess linebackers not. I was gonna bring up a linebacker, but I don't think that's a serious option anymore. So it's like that essentially leaves us with offensive tackle and wide receiver as our two options, Joey. Or you could reach for a center. If you like Zach Frazier enough, you could reach for a center. But I'm leaning Patrick Paul, offensive tackle, Houston. Who's your pick for Dallas? Who do you think?
I was looking at this, and I'm not a huge fan of what's here. I like the offensive, I think offensive tackle and offensive guard have to be priority for Dallas.
Yeah, and center.
Barton?
I like Barton. I don't think Barton's a good replacement for because Tyler Smith's going to be the left guard. So if Tyler Smith and Zach Martin are your guards, I don't think. Well, Barton did take some snaps at center, but I don't think he opted out of the Senior Bowl along with Cooper Beebe. So for me, I am leaning towards Patrick Paul out of Houston. I'm guessing you like Barton here, so we'll do another coin flip to find out who's right. And since you got since your turn to do a coin flip, heads or tails?
Tails.
Joey's going tails. It's heads, but it really didn't. It didn't flip. It landed on It landed his heads on the iPad. Do you want to redo that, or just because it didn't? Yeah. It did not feel like a legit coin flip. Now that was a coin flip, and that was heads because it had that 90-degree motion. So Patrick Paul is going to be a Dallas Cowboy here at 24. Some are going to say that's a reach. Green Bay's up at 25. They need a left tackle as well. But at the same time, they might go corner. They might go corner and they might go safety too. Let me look here. Because I'm just trying to think of who. I want to look at the board Lisa sent me.
The Packers have never done a good job of keeping cornerbacks happy. So you always find a way of making them unhappy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the corners. I'm looking at the I'm looking at the board here. I'm looking at the board here. Just seeing. I'm looking at the board here. Top player on Lisa's board at number 10 that's still in the group mock and still in the mock is Adonai Mitchell out of Texas. But the Packers are stacked at receiver. They're not going to pick him here. Next player on Lisa's board, the only other player on Lisa's board, the first round grade is Jalen Polk. They're not going to pick him here. Franklin and McKinstry, because the Packers just have so many young weapons on rookie deals, Joey. It's scary. They've got Watson for 2 more years. They've got the Nevada receiver. Crap, forget his name. Romeo Dobbs for 2 more years, and they've got the Michigan State receiver for 3 more years. So they're not going to pick a receiver. So the number 1 player that's not a receiver on Lisa's board is Kool-Aid McKinstry at number 17. Because right now, the Packers, they do have Jair Alexander, but they might move on from him. I can pretty much guarantee that even though I liked Eric Stokes coming out of Georgia, he got injured as a rookie. He got injured. He stayed healthy as a rookie, but he got injured in year 2. Injuries continue to be a problem in year 3 to the point where I don't think Eric Stokes gets a 5th-year tender. I also think the Packers do want to move on from Jair at some point. And Kool-Aid McKinstry is a top player on Lisa's board. There's a chance they go Cooper DeJean, but I could see. Just curious, where is Cooper DeJean on Lisa's board? Cooper DeJean is 20th. So Cooper DeJean's the second best corner on Lisa's board behind McKinstry. Her third best player that's not a receiver is Bucky Irving out of Oregon. That's kind of surprising. But hey, I'm leaning McKinstry. Do you want to make a case for Cooper DeJean here? Because he could help you at corner or safety. That might be the thought process. And he's that blue-collar Iowa guy. You know the Packers love those blue-collar Iowa guys. See Lucas Van Ness. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I think he would be a very good fit, especially to help get the ball back to that young offense. But I also have to look at the offensive tackle position, because I think that can be improved.
I think Jordan Morgan's the only guy that would be an upgrade over Rasheed Walker at this point. But I also feel like corner's the bigger need. Because Rasheed Walker played well down the stretch. He struggled early in the season after Bakhtiari got injured. So for me, this is a Jordan Morgan versus Kool-Aid McKinstry debate that we're having here at 25. For me, those are my top 2 choices. And for you, I'm guessing it's between DeJean and Latham here.
not somebody. I'm not huge on him, but at the same thing, at the same time, I think 25, 26.
I mean, it's Lisa's top defensive player. Lisa's only 2 first-round grades are receivers, but after the receivers, her top player is Kool-Aid McKinstry. And we both know the Packers are not drafting a receiver at 25, Joey. They're not. If they did, Jordan Love could throw for like 5,000 yards, but they're not going to draft a receiver. They're already stacked with players and rookie deals at that position.
If you want to go McKinstry, we can go McKinstry.
Yeah, McKinstry's my pick, and that's also the top player on Lisa's board. So we'll roll with that. Buccaneers at 26. I like Latham and Mims. I know the Buccaneers offensive line did well last year, but I think we're going to move Luke Godecki back to left guard. He struggled at left guard, did well at right tackle. Why? Well, Matt Filer, your starting left guard's a UFA, so you can either draft a guard like a Cooper Beebe. You could draft Cooper Beebe is my top guard. I am considering Beebe here. I'm also considering Graham Barton. I'm also looking at a tackle. If you want J.C. Latham or Mims, you can draft them and move Godecki back to left guard. That's also an option. Or we can take Troy Franklin here if Mike Evans leaves. It sounds like Mike Evans is going to stay, though. This is tough. There's some people that are going to make the argument for Bo Nix, but I don't see it. I don't see the Buccaneers moving on from Baker.
No, Baker, from everything I heard, Baker has the heart, mind, and soul of that organization. So, if they move on from him, that means somebody somewhere is...
The Buccaneers would save $7.3 million by signing Mike Evans to an extension by Monday. So we're probably going to hear something about Mike Evans within the next 48 hours. So,
yeah, because I heard they were moving on from Evans. So, I mean,
if that's the case, Troy Franklin's my pick here.
Yeah, because I don't know how true it is, but I did hear that there are people saying they want to get younger at wide receiver.
Bryant, are you going to go with a receiver here, or do you think it's not that I don't trust Latham and Mims. I just think the Buccaneers, they can get a guard in round 2, they can get a left guard in round 2 to replace Filer, and I think the receivers just have more upside personally. So for me, do you have Brian Thomas as your top receiver at this point, or I got Franklin as my top receiver?
No, actually, my top receiver at this point is Adonai Mitchell from Texas.
Okay, so we'll do a coin flip because that's Lisa's top receiver, number 10 on her big board. So, I mean, in a democracy, we would just go Adonai Mitchell, the Buccaneers, but since her Packers just passed the best player available, we'll just do a coin flip. Heads or tails? Oh, wait. Yeah. It's heads or tails, Joey. Wait. You called it wrong last time. I'll call tails. It's tails. So, Troy Franklin is the pick. All right. The Cardinals are up at 27. We gave them Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. They really do need a corner. I'm thinking Cooper DeJean. I did have Kalen King here last time, but I think Cooper DeJean's just a better... And Kalen King got burned on some plays at the Senior Bowl. So for me, I'm a little bit down on him. So I think Cooper DeJean is a slam dunk pick. Slam dunk pick for the Cardinals at 27.
Yeah, DeJean's the best player on the board.
Yeah.
He can play in the spot up in the box. He can play in the back as safety. Obviously, best safety on probably the best safety in this draft.
Bill, we're probably both thinking receiver here. You've got Adonai Mitchell. I've got Xavier Worthy as my top receiver. So It's going to be a Texas receiver, but it's going to be decided by a coin flip. I'm going to go heads since I've gotten the last 2 coin tosses right, and it is heads, but the coin landed on the floor. If the coin does not land on the desk, does it count? We never really established a rule that if the coin lands on the floor instead of the desk, doesn't count. We didn't really establish that, but it did. The coin did flip in a 90-degree angle. It was a legitimate flip. That's really what I care about at the end of the day, whether or not the flip is legitimate. So, yeah, Xavier Worthy, the Bills, is the pick.
Okay, so DeGene is the Cardinals, correct?
Yep, DeGene to the Cardinals and Xavier Worthy to the Bills. Lions are up at 29. This is a tough spot for the Lions to be in. You could go Byron Murphy. You did cut Bugs. My number 2 defensive tackle is actually Leonard Taylor III. That is probably who I would pick here. But the Lions are in a tough spot. They do need a guard. I also like Cooper Beebe. Honestly, this is a coin flip between Leonard Taylor III and Cooper Beebe out of Kansas State for me. I know I have a first-round grade on Leonard Taylor III. I think I have a second on Cooper Beebe. I'm going through the I'm going through the list here to try to figure out where I have Cooper Beebe, because Cooper Beebe is still my top guard. I have Cooper Beebe in round 2. I have Leonard Taylor, I believe, in round 1. So it probably will be Leonard Taylor III out of Miami here. I did do a Byron Murphy film cut. I was impressed, but I also don't think he's in the conversation to be D tackle 1. I have Leonard Taylor III as my only other first-round defensive tackle. So my choice here is Leonard Taylor III. It's got to be Leonard Taylor III or Kalen King. I'm leaning towards Leonard Taylor III for Detroit at 29. Who do you like here? It's a tough pick for the Lions. It's a big pick as well because the Lions, they need safety help. You're losing Cameron Sutton at corner. Well, technically the Lions don't need safety help. They lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson and I think Tracy Walker III, but they still have Kirby Joseph. You could go safety here. You could go corner here. You could go defensive tackle here, and both guards are free agents. Both Graham Glasgow and Jonah Jackson are UFAs for Detroit. So, could go Graham Barton here. For me, I'm going to go Leonard Taylor III, Miami defensive tackle. Who's your choice for this Lions pick? This is a tough pick, Joey.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy that kind of fell off a little bit because of injuries and such. What about Cameron Kitchens?
Cameron Kitchens. I do have him in round 1. So a player from the U is coming off the board here, but the coin will decide who's coming off the board. I'm going to go heads here. It's tails. Cameron Kitchens is coming off the board, ladies and gentlemen. He is the first Hurricane to be drafted as the Lions pick a safety at 29. All right. The Ravens at 30. This is where things get super duper interesting here. I don't know who else is on the board. I mean, Leonard Taylor. They have an offensive coordinator. They've got the guy Todd Monken.
Yeah, obviously the one that likes to say, you know what, we're the top running team in the NFL, so let's just pass the ball.
Morgan Moses could get cut. Morgan Moses could get cut.
That's the offensive coordinator you're doing.
There's rumors Morgan Moses might get.
The offensive coordinator.
There's rumors that Morgan Moses could get cut from the Ravens. to save cap space. I don't agree with it, but let's see where he ranks among offensive tackles. Yep. So let's see here. Let's look at the roster here for the Ravens. Because I know Morgan Moses is potentially a cap casualty in 2024. All my first round receivers are off the board. So I want to see what Morgan Moses, Pro Football Focus, 10th out of 81 tackles. Nah, we can't cut him. There is value here, though. That's the thing. There is really good value at offensive tackle, Joey. Makari, I'm thinking we go Latham here as a swing tackle. Makari is 31 out of 81 offensive tackles. I think he's a UFA. I honestly just don't know what to do with the Ravens here. Ravens really frustrate me because all of my first-round wide receivers are gone. We could go Adonai Mitchell here, but I've got a second on Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell would be...
Here's the thing.
Odell Beckham.
Brandon, what we learned against Kansas City was that when the Ravens abandon the run and throw the ball, their offensive line is not made to...
The Ravens actually only have 2 running backs under contract next year, Justice Hill and Keaton Mitchell. They lose Dobbins and Gus Edwards.
But what I saw was there was a lot of pressure up the middle. So if I'm the Ravens, I am looking to reinforce the middle of that offensive line.
They do have Andrew Voorhees coming in. Andrew Voorhees, the player they got from the Browns in last year's draft, will be competing for a roster spot. They lose John Simpson and Kevin Zeitler to free agency. I do think Voorhees is the answer at left guard. I like Ben Cleveland at right guard, but I don't love the idea of starting Cleveland, but I can roll with that if necessary. I don't have a single guard with a first round grade. I know I should be starting to reach for second round players. It's pick 30. I need to be more flexible. I'm being too damn stubborn. Nobody disagrees with that. I am being too damn stubborn, but it's like I just don't know if the player, what edge rushers are available.
I would go Grand Barton.
I like Cooper Beebe better. Personally, I like Cooper Beebe a lot better. Yeah, Braswell, Isaac Robinson, these are not fits for the Ravens. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of putting Jeremiah Trotter Jr. there, but the Ravens took Trent Simpson in the 3rd round. I believe he will be Patrick Queen's replacement next year, so I don't see him going anywhere else. And Leonard Taylor III is more of a nose tackle than a 34 defensive end, or is he a... Let's look that up. Let's look up Leonard Taylor III's, because he lined up at defensive tackle and nose tackle on Miami. 6'3", 304. That's a 5 technique body. And if the Ravens lose Justin Matabuke, they're going to need somebody else. And last year they played Clowney at 34 left end. So even if you bring back Matabuke, you're going to need another 5 technique. I'm going with Leonard Taylor III here. That's my choice because I have a first round grade on him. All right. You got Graham Barton. And great. Fantastic. Freaking cool. I think I lost the lucky coin. I think it disappeared. I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. It's like, where'd the coin go? The coin has a life of its own. You know what? I'll look for it after the podcast. Let's just get a quarter out and flip that. I know it's not as fun. I just wish I knew where it was. It's like, and my iPad's at 20% now, so whenever the iPad just gets low on battery or whatever, we're just going to stop whenever it gets to 10%. I do want to get through a few picks in round 2.
We can just finish this Yeah, we can just finish this round. And,
No, we'll start some of round 2, but I can't guarantee we'll finish it. All right.
okay.
Oh yeah. Heads or tails? I know it's not the lucky silver dollar, but it's like I'm looking for it. I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. I don't know what I did with it.
Let's go to tails.
That did flip at a 90-degree angle. I don't know if this is heads or tails. It's a state coin. It's tails, so it landed on tails. But this is an Ellis Island state coin. So there's two. It's a two-sided coin with heads on it, but it technically did land on tails. So we'll go with Graham Barton here. Yeah, I'm looking. Great. So, yeah, Graham Barton will be the pick for the Ravens then. I just wish I do have another silver dollar, but I just rather not get it right now. So we'll go with Graham Barton here. I like Cooper Beebe more personally, but Graham Barton is the pick. 49ers, they need a tackle. And they're in a situation where they can upgrade with Latham or Mims. I have Latham grade a little bit higher than Mims, personally. So I've got
Latham at this point is better value.
Agreed. So at this point, Latham is going to be the pick. So J.C. Latham is going to be the pick here. Yeah, we're still on Restream, folks. Final pick of round 1. Chiefs are up. The Super Bowl champion Chiefs. I've got Leonard Taylor.
Johnny Mitchell here. I think the Chiefs have to continue to rebuild and reload that offense.
I'm going.
I would go with Johnny Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Byron Murphy. No, not Byron Murphy. I'm going to go with Leonard Taylor. Defensive tackle, Miami. He's the only player I have a first-round grade on at this point. So I'm going to go for value over need because Derek Nottie is a free agent as well as Chris Jones. And if you have him learn under Chris Jones for a year, I do believe he can become that big-time star. Oh, I found my lucky silver dollar. Okay, it was in my hoodie pocket this entire time. All right, heads. Wait, it's heads. I called it. So Leonard Taylor III is going to be a Chief, folks. And we get to round 2. The Carolina Panthers are finally on the clock, folks. The Panthers finally get to make a pick in this thing. I'm going Jordan Morgan. Panthers offensive line just sucked. Nah, they've got Ikem Ekwonu, but the thing is, Ekwonu was in the bottom 3 in most sacks allowed. You could you could cut Taylor Moton to save some cap space and bring in Amarius Mims as a replacement. I don't think the Panthers are going to move on from Ekwonu, even though he had a horrible sophomore year where the only guy who gave up more sacks than him was Mekhi Becton. So, it's like, that's why this is such a tough pick for me, Joey, because Panthers need weapons. You got Adonai Mitchell. You've got Brian Thomas. You've got tackles. You got Mims. Can the Panthers save any cap space if they cut Moton? That's my big question. I don't think they're going to cut Ekwonu. I don't think they're going to replace him. But I can't really argue with the thought process of replacing him at this point.
Yeah, because I would either go with Adonai Mitchell or I would have to put Gary Robinson, the edge from Missouri, in there in the conversation, as well as Trey Benson from Florida State.
Moton, you could save $5.2 million if you cut Moton, but if you cut Moton post June 1st, you save $17.4 million. So the Panthers can draft a right tackle at 2, and if he wows people, you know what? They can cut Moton. So You know, I'm kind of leaning Mims here. I'm leaning Mims. I like Mims here. Because you don't have to start Mims out right away. You can, you want to get a play, you want a day one starter if you're the Panthers. But at the same time, it's like, if Mims isn't ready to start, you can redshirt him. He's a swing tackle, and then he starts at right tackle for Moton in 2025 at the latest. I like Mims here. I'm gonna pound the table for Mims. Marius Mims, Georgia here. Who do you love? So between Mitchell at wide receiver and Darius Robinson, Missouri, who are you picking here?
Yeah, I like Mims, and I can see the logic behind it, so I'll agree with you on that.
All right. Marius Mims is the pick for Carolina. My Patriots are up. This is where things get fun. I'm going Jordan Morgan, and Jordan Morgan. We're gonna get that blind side for Jaden Daniels, because Trent Brown, the left tackle for the Patriots, is a UFA. I don't think he's coming back. He's been talking shit about the Patriots, just like Mac Jones. I don't think he's coming back. We could get a receiver for Jaden Daniels, but you have Juju, you have Devontae Parker, you have DeMario Douglas, you have Keyshawn Bout, Jaden Daniels, LSU teammate. There's just too many weapons there to take a receiver. I like Morgan here.
Yeah.
Jordan Morgan.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
So starting round 2 off with some offensive linemen. I know this is kind of boring, but I do not apologize for anything. The Cardinals. Yeah, Byron Murphy looks like a nice pick at this point. I like Byron Murphy here, to be completely honest, but I also like Cooper Beebe here. So
I like Darius Robinson, the edge out of Missouri. Huge dude.
I like Robinson.
Defensive tackle hybrid.
I like Robinson. I think I had a 5th round grade on Darius Robinson before the Senior Bowl. I know there's some people that have him in the 1st round, but I don't see it. I don't think he's a bad player. He's definitely done enough to move into the top 100, but I also am not at the point where I'm ready to pound the table for him. But if Robinson's your pick, I can respect that. I'm going to go with it's tough. Byron Murphy's a good choice for Arizona, but so is Cooper Beebe. But I'll go with Byron Murphy. We'll go defense here. Heads. I'm gonna go with heads. I already called heads. It might be tails. It's heads. Byron Murphy is the pick for Arizona. The Commanders are on the board here. We went with Drake May. We got to go offensive line if one's available. Troy Fautanu, the Washington left tackle, is there, but I think Kingsley Suamadi is a better fit for what the Commanders want to do, because you're probably going to be buying out Charles Leno Jr. You got to get a blind side for Drake May. I think Kingsley Suamadi is a good fit here at 36.
Yeah. I'll go with Donovan Mitchell. I think they need that big wide receiver there for May to throw to.
I mean, you got McLaurin and Dotson, but you don't have a number 3 on that offense. Curtis Samuel was a good number 3, but he's a UFA. And Adonai Mitchell would be a good slot receiver. So I'm going to go tails here. That does not count. That was a pussy flip. That was not a legit flip. And the coin hit the floor. 90-degree angle. It's heads. It was tails when I did the tiny flip, but there was no 90-degree motion with the coin. There was 90-degree motion here, but it was not. It landed on the table. So best 2 out of 3 since it was heads and tails. This is okay. All right, it's heads twice. All right, we'll give Joe. We'll Adonai Mitchell. I do think the Commanders need a tackle more than a receiver, but Adonai Mitchell is a better value pick than any of the tackles on the board. So I can't really argue with the logic here. All right, so number 37 belongs to the Chargers. They took Brock Bowers in round 1. How do you feel about Brian Thomas Jr. here? It's either that or we can go for Fautanu as a guard, or Fautanu as a tackle / guard. That's an option. I heard the Chargers are going to buy out Nick Bosa, but there's not an edge rusher that I love at this spot. And I don't think Robinson's a good fit for the Chargers. I think they're happy with Khalil Mack, and I think they're happy with Tuli Tuipulotu, last year's second round pick. So for me, it's like, I like Zach Frazier here, but it might be a little early for him. Corey Linsley is retiring, so I do like Zach Frazier here. I know it's a little early, but, I think I'm going to have to go with Zach Frazier, West Virginia, here. I know it's early. I know it's early, man.
I'm looking for a specific player here. I'm wondering where the hell he went.
I like Kalen King here. Kalen King would also be good option. Yeah, I'll go Kalen King. Zach Frazier. Kalen King, I did have a first-round grade on him. I'll probably move him into day 2 now, but I do like Kalen King here. I'm going to go Kalen King. But Zach Frazier would be my second choice.
Because there is a guy that I really like during Senior Bowl week is Isaiah Davis, running back, South Dakota State.
I don't think he would go this early in the draft. He's not running back 1 on anybody's board. But if that's who you want to nominate.
This is Harbaugh. So Harbaugh likes his guys, and that's it. It doesn't matter whose board it's on.
He might want Corum. He might want Corum. That might be who he wants. He's the running back.
He might. Corum was there, but for some reason I just thought that,
Isaiah Davis is a 5th round grade on this board. I think he could go in round 3, but I don't think he'll go this early at 37. If you wanted to go Corum, I could understand that, but I just don't think Davis is going to come off the board this early. I'm not dismissing it. I just don't think it's very likely. I don't think it's a very realistic projection. But I'm not opposed to it if that's what the Chargers ultimately end up doing. So we can go with Corum, or we can go with I do like Corum here. I think Corum and Kalen King would be my top 2 options. I'm kind of leaning Corum myself. You've talked me into Corum as the nominee, so.
Do you want to do a coin flip between Davis and Corum?
I guess so. Call it in. You got it. I think you got it right last time. So call it in the air, Joey. It's tails. Coin flipped in a 90-degree angle, so Blake Corum is coming off the board here at 37. The Titans.
And he can celebrate his Harbaugh reunion.
Yep. The Titans are up at 38. As much as I want to give the Titans Bo Nix to replace Will Levis, it's not happening. It's just not happening. Brian Thomas Jr. sounds very compelling here as a number 2 receiver to Treylon Burks. But wait, DeAndre Hopkins is still under contract. Burks is still under contract. But I don't like any of the Titans. I don't like Westbrook Akine. I don't like Kyle Phillips. I think Brian Thomas might be an upgrade over both of those guys in the slot. That's one option we could explore. I also like Kalen King. I am going to go Kalen King here. That's going to be my nominee, but I'm not opposed to Brian Thomas if it turned out like that. Ladd McConkey's also still on the board. But I'm going to go Kalen King, Penn State. Do you have a player in mind for the Titans at 38?
Oh, that's fine. I'm fine. Reed. My bad. Caleb King's not bad at this point. So, I mean, the only thing is, I think that I've seen two different areas. I saw one website that had 170 pounds and another that had 190. You know, so it's like, so I think it's probably somewhere in between. So I don't see a lot of downside here by going Caleb King.
All right, Kalen King is officially the pick. Kalen King, cornerback, Penn State. That's officially the pick at 38. What do we got here at 39? Who's on the board here? The Giants. The Giants, they took a tackle. Remember, Fashanu. They did not draft a receiver yet. They could draft Bo Nix and stash him for a year under Daniel Jones. I mean, that's very tempting and very intriguing at the same time, but I think Brian Thomas is the pick. That's why this is tough, because I think both Brian Thomas and Bo Nix are good options for the Giants here. I think Nix might be the better long-term play, but I think Thomas is the better short-term play if you want that impact wide receiver. I'm going to go Thomas here since we passed on Malik Neighbors at 6. But if you want Bo Nix, I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to a coin flip for this pick.
I was thinking more of somebody who fits the quarterback strengths, even if it's like for 1 year. I was thinking Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky.
Okay, Thomas and Corley. Let's do it. I'll go tails since I won the last coin toss. It is tails. So Brian Thomas Jr. is coming off the board here. And the Commanders have picked 40 because they traded their edge rushers. They traded Chase Young away, so they can go edge rusher or tackle here. I like Kingsley Suamadia here, the BYU left tackle. I like Suamadia here.
Yeah, Suamadia, I've never been able to pronounce his darn
Kingsley Suamadia. The Packers are on deck. If we don't pick him here, Elise's Packers can pick him up at 41 if the Commanders don't pick him here. So
yeah, and I think he would be a really good pick here. So yeah, I could definitely see it go along with the new quarterback. So
yeah, Suamadia and the Packers. Troy Fautanu's the top tackle on the board, but some are projecting him to play inside at guard. Packers can gamble on him here. They could also go Tyler Nubin, the Minnesota safety. That would be a good fit as well. Lisa's top player is Polk, but again, I don't think the Packers are going to draft a receiver.
and also guy I really like still on the board there. G, 6'5", 321 pounds from Yale.
Kingsley in Kiran Amagaji, the Yale left tackle. I have him in the 3rd round, but I don't dislike that pick for the Packers.
Well,
the problem is all the tackles with 1st and 2nd round grades are off the board. So you can either take Fatanu or you can take the Yale left tackle, but we'll flip a coin. I will go heads here. It's heads.
The big problem with him is that he did tear his quad, and it is a devastating injury.
So Fatanu is the pick for Green Bay. Vikings are up at 42. I think this has to be Bo Nix with Atlanta on deck. I think this has to be.
Who ended up going with Green Bay?
Fautanu, the Washington tackle.
Okay. Yeah.
And the Vikings are now up. I think this has to be Bo Nix territory here. You got the Vikings at 42, the Falcons at 43, the Raiders at 44. I think this is Bo Nix territory, Joey. Question is, do the Vikings want to be the team that pulls the trigger on Bo Nix here? It's a great situation. If the Vikings pick Bo Nix here, I think it could be the steal of the draft. You got those young receivers, Jefferson. Now, you got Jefferson. You got the rookie wide receiver, Jordan Addison. And then you got who's entering year 2. And then you got Hawkinson. So, it's like this is a great situation for Bo Nix. I almost feel like Bo Nix, this is the one team where he could be a draft steal. And this is the one.
And the thing with Bo Nix that really was different than other people, he didn't have a great Senior Bowl week, but he came out in the game and played really well in the game. So,
I mean,
maybe he's just better with the lights on.
What do we give the Vikings? We could go. Tyler Forno, he's a Vikings fan. He has his own podcast. He loves Darius Robinson. We could go with him, too. We already gave the Vikings Jared Verse.
In this situation, with the Vikings, Kirk Cousins was always good, except for when the lights were on. Bo Nix seems to be always good when the lights are on, but not as good when the lights aren't on. So I would go with Bo Nix here.
I agree.
Maybe a year under Kirk Cousins that, he may be able to.
Yeah, I agree. I was going to go with Darius Robinson to make Tyler happy if Joey vouched for him, but I agree Bo Nix is the best pick for the Vikings can make here at 42. All right. Atlanta, they're not going to be getting their Atlanta got McCarthy. Can they get a player to build around their quarterback? I say yes, and I say I'm going Ladd McConkey here, Georgia receiver, as the number 2 option. Like Falcons don't have that number 2 receiver. I like Ladd McConkey here, Georgia receiver.
McConkey I've never been a huge fan of McConkey.
I'm not opposed to other receivers. I'm not opposed to having a discussion over that. Lisa's got a first-round grade on Jalen Polk. Let me pull up my receiver rankings and figure out what route we should go here, who the best receiver on my board is, because I am open to having a brief discussion about this. All right, so Marvin Harrison Jr. is 1. Malik Neighbors is 2. Wide receiver 3 is Rome Odunze. Wide receiver 4 on my board is Keon Coleman. Wide receiver 5 for me is Troy Franklin. Wide receiver 6 is Xavier Worthy. I have Brian Thomas as wide receiver 7. I have Adonai Mitchell as wide receiver 8. And my wide receiver 9 is actually Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. I have him ahead of McConkey. So I'm going to say I like Legette. I know Legette did suck at the Senior Bowl.
Legette absolutely sucked at the Senior Bowl, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's what makes this such a hard pick. I like Legette here, but honestly, he did have a bad Senior Bowl week. But I've always been a proponent of getting a player to build around the quarterback. And you have Bijan at running back. You have Drake London. You have Pitts. What tackles are available? Because it's possible the Falcons cut Caleb McGarry to save cap space. I'm looking at what's available here.
I would look at Jalen McMillan.
I like Polk better. I don't like Polk to the point where I think he's a first-round receiver like Lisa does, but I like Polk better than McMillan. McMillan was the number 3 guy on that team. It's a little early for him.
Well, I like McMillan mainly because of his hands. I think he has the best hands on that team.
But Polk was more explosive than him.
So basically, you're looking at what do you want more? Somebody who's going to make sure he gets the first downs when you already have big play receivers, or you want that big play receiver better than the other big play receiver you have. So
I'm looking at my tackles here. Yeah, I'm looking at my tackles here. So, yeah, all of my top 9 tackles are off the board. My number 10 tackle is Christian Jones, the Texas right tackle. I have a second on Christian Jones. I also have a second on Blake Fisher. I like Christian Jones out of Texas here. I know it's a reach, but I do like him this much, and I have no issue with Christian Jones. He held Dallas Turner in check. It's either Christian Jones or it's Xavier Legette. Those are the 2 guys I'm locked in on here. If you got a different nominee, we'll do a coin flip, but I think Christian Jones...
Yeah, I had Jalen McMillan.
Oh, I don't even think Jalen McMillan's the second best receiver on his own team. I think Polk is, so... I'll do Jones versus Amagaji, the Yale tackle. I don't like McMillan here. I don't like McMillan above Polk.
Okay. I'm a dominant. Okay.
All right, so heads. I'm going to go heads here.
That one since you can pronounce it better than I can.
Yeah, I caught the coin. There was no flip on the coin, so I called heads. It is tails, so Kiran Amagaji from Yale comes off the board. Or we could go Corley if you'd rather have Corley. Corley's still there. If you'd rather have Corley, I just don't like...
Let's go with it. We can't be doing 16 points for one pick.
Yeah, it's your pick. So you can go with Amagaji or you can go with Malachi Corley. I know you don't like McConkey, but Corley is a guy you liked, is a guy you vouched for. He's still on the board here.
Yeah, I like both guys.
Corley.
And so I just think it's a different...
Corley's your pick then?
Different things, and
yeah, sounds like Corley's your pick then for Atlanta.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going for Atlanta.
Oh, I clicked on Corley. Sorry, I didn't know.
No worries.
Okay, the Raiders...
We're far enough down that it's 44, the Raiders.
Yes,
now,
and the Raiders are...
Because now we're looking
at... The Raiders' big board... Computer's telling me to pick Spencer Rattler. I'm not picking... Damn it, it auto-drafted Tyler Nubin. Well, the Raiders do need safety help, and Tyler Nubin's the best safety in the draft, so that's not a horrible pick. It's a reach, but it's not a horrible pick. Well, actually, I have a second on Nubin, and he's the only safety in Dane Brugler's top 50, so legitimately not a reach. Good value here. But the freaking PFN simulator's trying to trick me into taking Spencer Rattler. It's not happening. Draft. Plus, if we give the Saints Spencer Rattler, he will get verbally assaulted by Derek Carr. But, you know, Rattler might need that tough love in order to become the best version of himself. You know, what do we do with the Saints? What do we do with the Saints? We went Zerzan Newton. Yeah.
The Saints are tough.
I like Christian Jones. We could do Jones versus Amagaji here. Or we could go edge rusher Darius Robinson. Saints don't really have that sack artist off the edge. This is a tough spot to be in. Cause
it is. And I was looking at a few different places. I was looking at Corley from Kentucky.
He's off the board. Corley's off the board. Amagaji's still there, but Corley's off the board. Polk is there.
You did a few. Yeah.
So.
I was looking at Darius Robinson from Missouri. And I was looking at Trey Benson, running back from Florida State. And I was also looking at, quarterback. Because who knows how long they're going to have Carr.
Yeah, I mean, Rattler isn't a horrible option, but I think he's a better fit for the Saints in round 3. I mean...
Yeah, I was also looking at Joe Milton, but that wouldn't be for at least another round.
Yeah, I've got a 4th on Milton. I've got a 3rd on Hartman, and it's like, yeah, I still have a 3rd. Sam Hartman made up to 5 out of 6 progressions against Navy. That's why I have Hartman in high regard, even though he was awful in the Senior Bowl game. It was about as awful as the Super Bowl.
That's what you put that down to?
7 for 25. He was 7 for 23 or 7 for 25.
5 for 29?
I think he went 7 for 23 or 7 for 23.
Something horrific.
Was it as horrific as it's at 10%. So what we'll do is we'll try to get up to the Browns pick and then we'll stop. Or we'll do like a lightning round because I do want to try to get to the Browns pick before this dies. So we're at.
I do think we have to put Rattler in this discussion because
I've got a 3rd on Rattler. He did. I have a 3rd on Rattler. I moved him ahead of Hartman. I had Rattler and Hartman with the same grade. I moved Rattler ahead of Hartman after the Senior Bowl, but I have a 3rd on Rattler.
Yeah.
So
his Senior Bowl week was the best out of any quarterback that was at the Senior Bowl. He had glowing reviews from coaches. So, I mean, he definitely scored some points.
I like Braylon Trice here. I have a 1st on... I think I had a 1st on Braylon Trice, the Washington edge rusher. I'm going to go Braylon Trice as my nominee here for the Saints.
Okay, let's go Rattler versus Trice.
All right. I believe you got it. Who won the last coin toss between us? I forget.
I did, and then you picked the wrong guy.
Okay. So heads or tails, Joey?
Let's go tails.
It's tails. Spencer Rattler comes off the board at 45. The Colts at 46 are up. What did we do with the Colts? We gave the Colts Latu. Are there any corners on the board worth a damn? I do like Kamari Lassiter. I think Lassiter's a good fit here. I like Lassiter here. I don't love Lassiter here, but I do like Lassiter here. I also want to see what other corners are on the board before we finalize this.
You also have TJ Tampa.
I don't like Tampa. He's not a player who wowed me. I know he's there, but he's not a player who wowed me. I mean, Iowa State was having games where they gave up 40 points in the secondary.
Well, you said who was there, not who was like.
I mean, I like Cam Hart. I like Kyrie Jackson. But those are guys who might be there later in the draft. But I feel like the Colts have to draft either Kamara. Let's look at my cornerback rankings. Let's find out who I have as my top corners on the board. I like Braylon Trice, but the Colts are not double dipping at edge rusher. They're not. I don't really feel like the Colts need to double dip because they have a first-round edge rusher in Kwity Paye. When you have one first-round edge rusher, you don't double dip at the position. Under contract, you don't double dip at the position. So Kalen King's gone, Cooper DeJean's gone. Kamari Lassiter's my top corner on the board. So I like Lassiter. All right, so we'll go Lassiter here. Who do you
Lassiter works.
Yeah, Lassiter works. Giants at 47. We already gave the Giants a receiver, and we already gave the Giants a Yeah, we already gave the Giants a receiver, and we already gave them a tackle. It'd be funny if we gave the Giants Sam Hartman, but I'm not that cruel. I'll be a little bit more realistic with the projections.
I say Trey Benson, Florida State running back.
My number 2 running back is Braylon Allen, but we'll do a second coin flip. Braylon Allen versus Benson, and I believe you got in the last 2 coin flips right. Heads or tails, Joey?
Let's go heads.
All right, it's heads. So Joey's running back 2, Benson, is coming off the board right
Paused.
here. I don't know why TalkShoe paused the recording. But yeah, the iPad's at 9%. Trey Benson comes off the board here. The Jaguars at 48. The Jaguars, we went corner last time. I'm going Ladd McConkey here. I know this is going to upset Joey. Might hurt his feelings, but I'm going Ladd McConkey. That is my nominee for the Jaguars here in the second round. We could go Zach Frazier, too. Zach, if you're not sold on Luke Fortner, we could go Zach Frazier here. You want to go Zach Frazier?
Let's go with McConkey.
All right, McConkey's the pick. Yep. Pick 49. Pick 49.
Bengals.
It's the Bengals. We went with Keon Coleman in round 1. I think they need a tackle, but the problem is there's not a. Oh, wait. You went with Amagaji, I think is still there. I got Christian Jones as my top tackle. We'll do a coin flip to see what tackle we go with. Heads or tails?
Go ahead.
Or no coin flip, just Christian Jones? All right. Since you just said go ahead, we'll go Christian Jones. Texas right tackle. Eagles at 50. We give the Eagles a Jackson Powers Johnson. Eagles have picks 50 and 53. Yeah. What do you want to do here? I mean, go Darius Robinson. I don't want to give Howie Roseman Darius Robinson. Braylon Trice.
Robinson there, and also
Braylon Trice. So
there.
is Polk. Well, Eagles are gonna lose Brandon Graham, even if they keep Josh Sweat. And it sounds like Nolan Smith's gonna be an outside linebacker where Reddick plays instead of a defensive end. So we'll do Trice versus Robinson. Call it in the air. And it is heads. So Robinson is the pick. Steelers at 51 are up. Steelers got Chop Robinson. My top corner is Kyrie Jackson of Oregon. I think he's the best press corner in the draft. I'm a lot higher on him than the consensus.
Recording started.
So I'm going to go Kyrie Jackson, Joey, unless you got a different. Could also look at the receivers on the board. But for me, it's a toss-up between Leggett and Kyrie Jackson here. Could also go Zach Frazier. If you think the Steelers could use a center upgrade over Mason Cole, Zach Frazier is on the board.
Yeah, we can go Kyrie Jackson.
Let's go Kyrie Jackson here. Rams at 52. They went Dallas Turner. I love Kiran Amagaji, but I think he already got picked. No, he's available. So Amagaji to the Rams. I have a third on Amagaji, but the Rams do need a left tackle. I think I have a second on Cam Hart, the Notre Dame corner. So I'm going to go Cam Hart. I think only tackle I have a second round grade on is Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. And, he's more of a right tackle than a left tackle. So I'm going to go with Cam Hart, Notre Dame as my pick here. He had a good Senior Bowl week too. Who do you like here for the Rams? Kiran Amagaji, your nominee?
We can go Hart.
All right, Cam Hart, no coin flip.
We can go Hart.
Let's go Cam Hart. 53. Browns are on deck. Don't want to restart. I want to know who the hell is picking at 53. The Eagles. Howie Roseman's back on the clock.
Unfortunately. I think they need to keep
No.
on the offensive line. So
No, the thing cut off. The freaking simulator, it redirected me to another page. I'm sorry, Joey. It cut us off. And the iPads, the simulator cut us off at pick 53. I'm sorry, Joey. It's out of my control. I'm not redoing the simulator. I'm not going to redo it, and in the iPad's at 8%. Plus, I told my mom we'd pick a new couch out today for my apartment. So we're just going to end the podcast on that note. But this was fun, Joey. I wish we could have gotten through more, but I'm sorry, audience, it disconnected us. But I did have fun doing that. And, next week, Movie Utopia. We will have a movie podcast where we talk about movies from the 1994 calendar year, 30 years later. We'll be discussing 5 movies. That includes Jurassic Park, Lion King, Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction, and Forrest Gump. All 5 movies were in theaters in October of 1994, and nearly 30 years later, we will be discussing all 5 movies on next Saturday's podcast, and then we'll have some Combine stuff for you guys. But yeah, next week is going to be a fun podcast. I know Brad Noble's been hyped for this podcast since October. He's got a Pulp Fiction poster in his apartment, and he posted a selfie of that. He's been waiting for this podcast. And that's next Saturday, folks. So, Movie Utopia. My brother's curious about Movie Utopia. Everybody seems to have more interest in Movie Utopia than Draft Utopia. And if Movie Utopia, the pilot, is a success here on TalkShoe, I might start that podcast with my other friend, Ben, that lives in Kentucky. And basically, we would watch one movie a week, and we would live stream about that on his YouTube channel or mine. We'll figure that out at a later date. But the pilot of Movie Utopia, next Saturday, folks, you're not going to want to miss it. It's gonna be a fun laid-back show before the Combine. We could do a long show where Joey's on the podcast until 7 p.m. talking about the HBCU Bowl, but I'm pretty sure you're not cool with that. I'd rather do a movie podcast, something fun where it's only an hour or two. We're just having fun, and then we can just relax for the Combine. Because the Combine is going to be brutal. We're going to be working overtime at the Combine. So I just think that's the better route to go. But yeah, Movie Utopia next Saturday. We'll see you guys for that. That's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. We're